Welcome to the thrilling VCSA 2025, where the top teams from South Asia have a golden opportunity to showcase their skills and bring glory to our region at the prestigious VCT Ascension Pacific. This exhilarating tournament unfolds in 6 stages. Let's dive into the heart of the action with the qualifiers. In the VCSA qualifier, teams from India, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, Nepal, Bhutan, Afghanistan, and the Maldives will compete, with 4 premier teams directly entering the quarterfinals. Only 2 teams will earn their spot in VCSA 2025 Split 1 through a single elimination format. In Split 1, a total of 8 teams will compete. This includes 2 teams from the qualifiers, 2 directly invited teams, and 4 pre-qualified teams from VCSA Split 3 2024. They will engage in an intense round-robin competition over the course of 14 action-packed days. Only 6 teams will advance to Split 2, while the bottom 2 teams will face relegation. In promotion relegation, the 2 relegated teams will compete against 2 premier teams in a knockout round to secure their place in Split 2. Get ready for an unforgettable tournament filled with fierce competition and dazzling gameplay.
For another frag, and BTS ahead of the support, and offensive board.
Watch me, get down, give me my shot, 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 give me my shot. Get down.
1v2, the spike is kicking in, down shot comes in, but Eden King takes him down, velocity secures the
Give me my shot, give me my shot, kick come, I don't care. Get down.
As the days pass by, the matches get even more intense and the opportunities are slowly and steadily slipping out of the hands. We'll have to see if today marks the day where some teams who are on the bottom of the leaderboard make that comeback. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome. You all are watching the VALORANT Challengers South Asia 2025 Split 1. I'm going to be your host and caster Sahishnu. Alongside me, we've got the great Aladdin right now. And Aladdin, as we mentioned, it's time for teams to pull their socks up.
Absolutely. Once again, thank you so much for having me here. And as you mentioned, on paper, if we talk about both these teams, on paper, definitely Asterisk is not looking up to that mark, because Revenant Esports, they won against Orangutan with a 2-1. And when Team Asterisk played against Orangutan, they lost with a 0-2. They were unable to get even a single map in their favor.
Yeah, and they also brought in a change, right? River played on day number 1, but after that they've added Simple. If we talk about this entire lineup, Icarus, Nia, Yash, Wave, Simple. Wave is the man who's the brains behind the callings. He tries to bring in his team together, but eventually sometimes it's just the gunpowder, sometimes it's also the strategies that they kind of struggle with. But one thing is for sure, that apart from all the jitters that they're facing, they're slowly and steadily going to move forward. I do have that trust on this team with the way how Yash performs onto that race, and also in terms of the duelist role itself, he's been doing a fantastic job. And also, I like the ideas that they bring on table. Whenever we talk about this team, it quickly reminds me that this was the first team that brought the Teho breach in South Asia. So they're still, I would say, in the right direction. They're moving in the right direction. The only thing is that they need a little bit of that push, and I think so Wave should be able to do that.
Absolutely. Wave and Nier, both of these players needs to do that. They did bring the Breach Teho composition, but unfortunately their Breach is unfortunately the Teho is not doing good at all. Nier, he's that player who usually plays Teho, and he is struggling when it comes to the game.
Yeah, indeed, that is true. But since we're talking about those big brains, right, we've been talking about those IGLs, we mentioned Antidote, we mentioned Wave. We're having a look at their stats itself, and there's a clear disparity. Antidote in terms of KDA and kills is the one in lead, but when it comes to ACS, when it comes to that total impact in game, as well as the headshot percentage, that's where Wave eventually has that upper hand. Even in terms of the first kills as well, he sometimes steps up. It's almost similar, but still so very different, because Antidote has got 4 players who can frag out of their mind, while Wave, yes, his teammates are still a bit on that struggling end.
Absolutely, Ikras and Yash, they pulled off some good Valorant, some good elimination numbers in the first game. But after that, this team is looking all over the place. Team Asterisk, they have to come up with a different plan, some different strats out there because this is going to be a really tough match. Revenant XSpark, they will not give any chance to their opponent. This is what we have seen from them previously. Aziz and on the other side, that Maker, Georgie, they will make sure that you struggle and this game ends in a 2v0.
That's again Revenant XSpark for you. Every single map that we've seen this team play on, it has been not just domination, it's been a good Valorant play, but has always gone in their favor, right? Apart from just one map of Lotus, which also was overtime if I'm not wrong for this team, they were still able to close it out. Or rather, yeah, it was that one map of Lotus where they were playing against Global Esports Academy, and Global Esports Academy won that map against them 15 to 13. But the point still remains, it was still an OT. So eventually, if you're playing on a map that goes to the overtime, that means you could have closed that out, barring just a few shots here and there, maybe a couple of rounds left and right. If we're talking about Asterisk, yeah, they've kind of shown only 3 maps till now. One has been Lotus, second has been Haven, and if I'm not wrong, the third one has probably been Bind or Split. I'll just have to get a confirmation on that. That has been Bind. So they have not really dived deeper into the map pool itself. They still stick to playing on that Lotus a lot more. And I feel that it's about time that they show out the other cards as well. Maybe the aces up their sleeve, maybe they're preparing some of the other maps for the rest of the teams or for surprise. Now is the time for them to pull all of those cards out, because it eventually could be a do or die for them if they want to be in the top 4.
Absolutely. If we compare to the matches of yesterday, RNTX Esports, they did surprise Team Velocity, and on the other side, SATUL, the way they surprised their opponents, RNTX Esports surprised Reckoning, and the way Team SATUL surprised Velocity, they were definitely prepared for their matchup, but unfortunately, their opponents were just better. Same expectations from side of Team Asterisk. They have to be prepared. They have to come up with a different start. Maybe push their opponents towards a map in which they are not comfortable. As Team Velocity, SK Rossi mentioned that they were not comfortable on the map of Abyss. The opponents pushed them on that map and they faced a humiliating loss. This is something that a Team Asterisk can also do, but for that, study is really important. They have to read their opponents and they have to come up with a counter strat.
Yeah, exactly, because I'm pretty sure we're not possibly going to see Haven in terms of the map veto itself, because Asterisk, you talked about embarrassing losses. Asterisk, they went 1-13 against Orangutan. But since we're talking about that, let's have a look at the veto itself. It's Pearl, Lotus, and Abyss. Pearl is going to be the pick of Revenant XSpark, Lotus for Asterisk, and Decider comes down to Abyss. Understandable, because we have seen so many times the bans being there on the map of Split, be it on any other map, right? And obviously Haven should technically be out of there. Asterisk don't really want to play that one. Revenant XSpark banned it themselves. But there's this one thing. In the previous 2 vetoes, we have seen Asterisk ban out the map of Pearl. So I'm pretty sure that they might not be as comfortable on that map. And also they're starting on defense on all of those 3 maps. So that could also be a very important factor in terms of the momentum which you would want to carry in this entire series.
There's one thing that I want to mention about Pearl is, although everything else is just normal, but Georgie bringing in that Reyna in 2025, that's something that was very controversial previously when he played Reyna. When he picked Reyna, everybody was saying that why is he picking Reyna? Reyna is just a duel who depends on his aim. So Georgie, is he gonna go with another Reyna pick on this map?
To be honest, I really like the fact that you've pulled out this one conversation, because when I'm checking the record on Pearl for Revenant XSpark previously, yes, they brought out that Reyna. It was a very nasty play, right? Whenever it was the entire team which was playing as a well-knit unit. The scoreline was 13-9 against OG. So your question about Georgie pulling off the Reyna one more time, I think so he can. Because when it comes to aim, he was doing a fantastic job. I still remember constantly pushing out of A main. He was taking down Venka again and again. So the idea is there behind those plays. And the best part about this team is they adapt really well. Antidote understands the kind of setup enemy is going with, and he quickly prepares a counter setup for that. And he always trusts his teammate. the trust is the main part about it. Georgie, if he loses the A-main duel once, it's fine. He will still ask him to go one more time to go for the exploration again, try to find a pick. He dies again, totally cool. Go one more time. You go until you get the win. And that is the mentality which makes Revenant Esports such a solid team.
Absolutely, and as I'm seeing the stats that I made myself previously when these players played against OG on the map of Pearl, there were 4 rounds, close to 50 rounds, 3 3Ks and 1 4K. And from these 3 3Ks, Georgie was there to do one of them, and 1 4K was there from his side. So he is pretty much solid on this arena, as you previously mentioned. But on the other side, let's talk about Agent Pool Pearl. Revenant Esports, they picked Reyna one time, Jet one time, KJ, and then Brimstone, and then Sova. This is the same composition that they will probably go with.
Yeah, absolutely. As you mentioned, they've played Pearl once only, so of course this is going to be the composition. Maybe they can pick this one up again because it has found success. It was against Orangutan as well, one of the most solid lineups out there. But also I want to bring the focus down onto those top 2 duelists, right? If we talk about Georgie, if we talk about Aziz, they both have been performing really well. But let's just talk about the big brains. Let's just talk about the main man who has been pulling the strings of this entire team. Antidote plays on those smokes, has played a couple of games on Omen, a game on Brimstone, and has also played a game on Astra. And he has been looking crispy on all of them. And fun fact, this Brimstone is not on Bind, but rather it is on the map of Pearl itself.
I mean, a lot of people, they like to bring Brim on this map, as this map is it has those corners where you can smoke off all the angles and make sure that you enter one side. At least you hold one side with all those smokes. But let's just move forward and see what is going to be that composition. Are there going to be any surprises from any of these sides? As we did mention that Team Revenant Esports, as they realize that their opponent are not that difficult for them, they will try to experience, or they will try to explore, they will try to practice different things.
Highly possible. I mean, they would probably, or rather, maybe it could be the case where they might just lean back a bit and be like, what, sure, we're gonna just play it up. We're gonna play our game. We're gonna play it slow. We'll make sure to work around the map to see what the opponent is trying to do. Because whenever it comes down to Asterisk, Yash on that duelist role has been that spearhead. But in terms of the trading, that's where I'm kind of seeing a bit of a gap. Even when they played against Global Esports Academy, and I know I'm gonna bring the Lotus map into the question again, they have seen Simple outfrag the duelist of the team, that is Yash. Yes, he's good on trades, but Icarus needs to step up a big time whenever he plays onto that Sentinel role. Wave needs to step up as well. I mean, he's the IGL of the team, right? He needs to answer in terms of the frag. And since we are talking about answering some things, ladies and gentlemen, you can answer this one question to stand a chance at winning 5,000 Valorant points for the first prize and 2,000 for the second prize. The question is very simple. Which of the following teams has a full Indian roster? Revenant XSpark, S8UL, Revenant Esports, or Orangutan? If you have been watching VCS Split 1, this is super easy to answer. Just scan that QR code, answer the question. The one who answers the maximum questions throughout the week will eventually stand a chance to win 5,000 VP. And the one who's close second will eventually get 2,000 VP. Unfortunately for me, yeah, I can't buy myself that guy.
Can we give a hint to all our fans, all our viewers? The hint is not going to be that obvious. That team is playing today. So I'm just making things easy for you guys. That team is playing today. So just have a look, answer, and get a chance to win your share from those 7,000 wild points. But let's move forward. We did saw the agent composition. We did talk about that. What are the agents that these players are going to pick? Venka, definitely he will try to explore different stuff. Aziz, he probably will go on his default Jet. Raw Fuel, he loves to play Sova. Georgie, is he gonna bring Reyna or is he gonna bring Phoenix? This guy can pull any card out there, and you will be surprised. Maker definitely loves to play KC and NT on that Breamy boy.
Now, you know, here's this one fact that you just mentioned, Deathmaker playing on that cage. I wanted to talk about it a bit more. Last year, we saw this man frag out of his mind when he was playing under the leadership of Helef. When he was on that duelist role, he was playing Jets, he was playing the Rays, he was constantly going for those entries. That was a very flashy Deathmaker. But right now, Sentinel is a very different role from Duelist, right? Since we always talk about how Sentinel needs to play back, he needs to play a bit more safe, you're forced to go on those lurking plays, you need to make sure that you stay alive. And I think so, Deathmaker, he's kind of struggling on that a bit. And so could be the case with Icarus himself. That man has played 3 games. In Game 1, Game 2 and Game 3, yes, his stats seem to increase in terms of those KDA, but you see the ACS around stagnant, it's absolutely fine. Damage per round, that's where the problem begins. 138, 114, 135. Now that's not the best stats out there. You need to raise that bar up. You need to try and bring those stats up. And whenever you play on a Sentinel role, your most important job is to first stay alive. Second, if you are being put on that lurking role, that's when you need to move around the map. You need to find those timings. You need to take those advantageous duels. Sometimes you need to dry peek certain angles. And in order to peak that, you need to have that confidence. And I think so Icarus is lacking on that confidence a bit, Aladdin.
Absolutely, but there's one more thing that I need to mention. It's the performance of Yash. If you look at his stats, you will realize that all numbers are not in attacking but in the defense side. I mean, being a duelist, it's really important that you get all those entry frags, that you get all those numbers when you're attacking. But if your stats are highly relying on the defense side, I mean, in one best of 3, if you look towards his stats, the total is 27 kills and 30 deaths. But his 20 deaths are in the attacking side and only 11 elimination numbers. But on the other side, with 10 deaths, he has 16 eliminations on the defense one. So Yash, he has to step up big time in the attacking side, because that's when it's really important that your fragger performs.
Yeah, hopefully they're not as stuck as the video feed that was out there. But I kind of agree, you know, Aladdin, whenever it comes down to those entries, whenever it comes down to those opening duels, you need to make sure you're winning. And also whenever we are talking about that, it becomes even more crucial for your team's initiators and the rest of the players to give you those setups. Sometimes you need those fault lines on time, you need those flashes on time. I think so Asterisk are doing that, but it's just in terms of the macro of the entire map where they sometimes struggle. When it's like they do have some ideas, but then they eventually run out of those ideas. And when it comes down to those adjustments, adaptations, yeah, there are certain problems. In fact, there are quite a lot of problems there. I think so they need, whenever it comes down to slowing down the pace of the game, they can take their own time, they can slowly move around, work around, then go for some of those executes. First map is going to be Pearl either ways. It's a very big map. And most of these teams in VCSA we've seen, they really like to play on the contact plays. They hear the contact on one side, they quickly rush up with their own rotations. They probably leave one player for that anti-lurk or maybe for the anti-flank. On Pearl, you can't really do that. You have to divide your members in a certain manner where you are controlling certain parts of the map. And mid becomes super crucial. Mid doors, art, both of those avenues, if you lose that as a defender, yeah, now good luck figuring out where the attackers are going, because one of them could eventually move down to the water, then move on to your spawn. Maybe they can just decide to quickly rotate over towards the double doors, towards B connector, go for the B execute. And we have seen Antidote do that, right? We have seen Antidote giving those last minute calls as well, last 30-second calls. He likes to take mid control with his team and then they move forward. Specifically Georgie, if the team is going to any main avenues, Georgie is going to go and explore in mid double doors. We saw that duel between DC Rules and Georgie multiple times back when Revenant XSpark was playing against OG. So it's not just about that one play, it's also about how you're going to control that avenue as an entire team. So Asterisk, I really hope they have got some trap setup plays.
Absolutely, they have to set up all those traps for the players who are lurking, specifically Georgie and then Raw Fuel. These players, they love to play lurks on lurk, and then they also get some output as well. I mean, in every of those 3-sided maps, Georgie will try to go towards mid in every other round and try to explore some opportunities, try to knock some doors. And as he finds 1 or 2 picks, this is it. this is it for this team. This team just moves forward, goes all in, and gets the round for themselves. So team Asterisk, they have to deny all that map control, and similarly they have to make sure that Revenant did not get any of those advantages. Revenant will test your preparation to the fullest. They will not just test your defense, they will test your attack as well. In every other round, when they are defending, they will try to push towards mid to get all that information. This is something that I want to mention, that if you remember, I think it was Pearl where team Revenant XSpark, they were pushing in every other round towards mid when they were defending, and that was giving them some extra map control, some extra information, and their opponents, they were unable to surviving.
Yeah, that's what we were talking about itself, right? How important it becomes to control that mid area, to control the double doors and art, because it just opens so many avenues. And again, if you're on the defending side, if you're putting too many resources to control that avenue, that means your mains are weak. That clearly means that any kind of execute from main is just gonna lead you into retaking the site and playing for those slow approaches, go for the retakes, clear out the avenues over towards the CT, try and then move forward. There's so many things. It's again a game of chess after all, Aladdin. We always talk about this, that in terms of those 12 rounds that you are 100% playing in the first half, you have to understand how the other team is calling, how they are pulling their own people towards one part, how they are trying to force your people to rotate on one of the extremities of the map. So these are the things that you as an IGL have to focus, and that's also one of the reasons why we normally see IGLs being on the bottom of the leaderboard in terms of those frags. Because you talk about Wave, you talk about Antidote, yes, both of them, they mostly play on smokes. Their main aim is to stay alive, but also at the same time, they kind of really want to just, you know, be that big brain for the team, be in the position where they can give out those calls. Now it's gonna be even more important for both of them to eventually stay alive, call for their team, and set them up for success. Yash has been getting successful. River, back when he was playing on Breach, he was setting his team up really well as well. I remember he's got some good amount of assists in his pocket. But Simple also needs to do, if not the same thing, better things than what River was bringing. Eventually it's the map of Pearl. Aladdin, I'm just gonna ask your predictions. Who do you think is gonna win now?
Before I talk about that, let's talk about the Asian competition. Revenant XSpark with no change at all, and on the other side, Asterisk. They're trying something new. Not new, but they're bringing something different. Iso, Yoru, and Teho composition. I'm pretty sure that you are happy with this one.
ISO Yoru comp, yes, I love that. Into the Teho as well. You've got a lot of utilities to work around with, and then a chamber, of course. We remember that there was a chamber pick in the Orangutans match as well, so you've got at least that one get out of the jail free card with the rendezvous, and also that alarm bot at least is gonna cover towards those double doors. Asterisk, since they're starting on defense, it becomes even more crucial for them to try and at least end things up at a 7-5 or an 8-4 if they're feeling themselves. But in terms of the duels, that's where we've always seen Revenant XSpark shine. That's where we've always been witnessing the entire massacre of Aziz, massacres of Georgie. You've got to shut those two people down in order to slowly creep up in terms of that victory. Starting with a very widespread set. And funny enough, Yash is actually playing in mid. Alright, Wave is also going to join him. And as we've always seen, Revenant XSpark will try to prioritize that mid. They're probably going to start there. Unfortunately, there's going to be a technical pause, but don't worry. I know that the backend is trying to quickly fix that issue. They definitely will fix that. But it gives us enough time to talk about this entire lineup itself, right? In terms of the agent select, Icarus on the smokes this time, and Wave, he is playing on that chamber. So the one who's giving the calls, while also being in a position where he will probably use operator most of the times, if not at least the tour de force, you would require a tremendous amount of concentration.
I mean, no change whatsoever in all those roles. We can see Icarus playing smokes. This is something different that they're doing. On the other side, Wave, who loves to play smokes, he's not playing smoker. So this is the change in rules. And then, apart from that, there's no other change. But Team Asterisk, they have so much utils to play with. if they time it correctly, if they use it correctly, they have so much utils to stop all those aggressions. And on the other side, if they convert 4 to 5 rounds in the defense side, they can get a lot of other rounds in the attacking side, because they have so much utils to play on post plant situations.
I agree. Whenever you pull out an Astra and you've got a Teho, that means you're playing for the post plants. Plus, they've also got a couple of undercuts as well to pair it all up with. But it's again a very dual heavy composition. Then whenever we are seeing a chamber ISO Yoru, that means the team wants to brawl it out. They want to force the fight on certain avenues, and you would not really have a lot of flashes to clear them. But at the same time, you'd have to be confident in terms of taking those fights. Because you, as I said, you don't have a lot of utility to clear every single avenue, to clear every single angle. Now that makes those lineups even more crucial. Simple would need to know how to go for that flash and dash combo, those flash TPs combinations. He needs to pull a rabbit out of his hat, man. He needs to be, you could just say, annoying on that Kyoru. But for now, we're going to be starting things off in mid. The undercut comes up earlier, pairing it up with also the guided salvo. That's actually a pretty nice idea. Do a good amount of damage. There we go. First contact taken, made Aziz a bit chunked down out there. And it's again that mid control, that mid presence we always talk about. But Wave, my goodness, Aziz is just taking it all onto his face as Georgie shuts Wave down, quickly moving forward. And with that overheal, you know this Reyna gets even more deadly in pistol.
Absolutely, Raffle was sent towards the B side to take all that information. Nobody's coming from that side. But look at Yash. Look at Yash. He was just better for one. And he gets taken down. And now rotation is being called towards the B side. Once again, Ecris is still there. The most important factor. He has to take one down before he goes. But unfortunately, he gets taken down. And Georgie, what is he doing? Through the smoke. Onto the head of Neo. He was not expecting this at all. And not us as well. We were not expecting it. And now, as the situation, as the responsibility lies on Simple, I think this is close to impossible for this player. A 1v4 in this situation, he cannot do it.
Ace. Can it be an ace? It absolutely is! What a way to start things off in style, Georgie. Pushes it down to ace. I remember Shadow was also mentioning the same thing, that Georgie gets activated in pistol rounds. It seems like he's just untouchable, unstoppable. And that is exactly what's happening. All the 5 kills going in for this man. It's just 1 assist of Deathmaker. Apart from that, none. And this is the overheal factor that always comes into play. He always buys an extra Devour. Does not go for the Leers. And he just makes sure that he is constantly taking those duels and healing himself back up. But since we're talking about that, Aziz quickly finds one. It's again an anti-eco round coming in for Revenant XSpark and Asterisk. Even though they're trying to hold things down, they're trying to take those individual fights, and individually they are falling. It's not one, but rather all the players who are holding down the safe side. It's just down to Icarus now. Everyone's just gonna hunt him down. Yep, he's got absolutely no chance. Maybe one, absolutely not. Aziz gets a 3k in this round, building up onto that Blade Storm as well, side by side. Georgie, he had 5 in the previous one. He was 1 away from his Empress, and he's still 1 away from his Empress.
If you do remember the previous game between Revenant Esports and Orangutan, Georgie did the same thing. He started the round, he started the map with the 4k, and this time around with an ace. Clearly putting all that pressure on their opponents. And once again, the tech pause, something that we all hate, is there. A time for Team Asterisk to reset. A timeout without actually taking a timeout. This is what I was mentioning yesterday. Technical pause is actually Valorant gods favoring all those streams who are struggling. Because it does give a bit strategic a timeout to them to rethink, re-strategize, and on the other side, it does break the momentum of the team who is performing. As we move forward towards the 3rd round, it's really important for Team Asterisk to win this one, as they are going to play this round with the full loadout. But on the other side, Aziz, he has 5,000 crits available. Raw Fuel going on that Spectre. RNT, he also has 3,600 credits available. Is he going to play with a Sheriff or is he going to buy a Vandal? Still a question. And if they buy 3 Vandals, 1 Bulldog, 3 Vandals, 1 Spectre, I think this buy is enough to convert this bonus round.
Highly possible. It is. And with the way how Georgie's aim was going on in that pistol round, I think so they very well can. Aziz as well is looking very crispy in the first 2 rounds. Both of these duelists, they've got that raw energy we talk about, and you can't really count out Raw Fuel as well throughout the mix. But it's again that mid hold, that mid take, not just in one round. You know, we'll probably see them move towards that same part of the map again in the next few rounds too. I want to see what ideas Asterisk have to counter that. I did like the first one where they paired up the undercut with the guided salvos. If in case they would have also sent out a flash of Simple maybe to blind all of them out and then use that util combo, it would have been such a phenomenal one. But it's fine. Slowly, maybe as this map goes on, we're going to see some more ideas. But since we're on that topic of Simple, right? He's going 0-2 and 0 on this Yoru. Not the kind of start he would have dreamt of. Plus, he's also just got a Vandal and a half shield. Not even a clone to work around with. And just 1 gate crash. That might actually hurt them a bit.
Absolutely, as you mentioned about the util usage, first round clearly tells us that Asterisk, they are prepared. They are coming up with a strat. They're not underprepared. But on the other side, look at Team Revenant XSpark. Going towards those Vandals. 3 of the players are playing with Vandals. And once again, technical pause is over. Finally moving towards the third one. A bonus conversion is something that we're expecting from the Revenant side, and on the other side, Asterisk, they have to come up with something different.
Just holding it down. And exploring the mid one more time. Raw Fuel will just hold down that A main. While the rest of the players, they think that maybe Asterisk are going to make a play in towards mid. That's just not happening. And on the reaction to that drone that went in A main, they've quickly taken care of the alarm bot and double doors and are moving towards Arc. This is such a good trap play. The flash goes out perfectly and that's the first break. Simple, not just 1, he makes it 2. Aziz up close though, was unnoted, and with that found another pick, but Raw Fuel, he wins out the duel against Near. They just wiped out the side clean of all the defenders. Now my question is, why did Near move back? I think so it was because Aziz found a pick of his own, and on the back of it, Raw Fuel just found a timing onto that man.
Absolutely. I mean, that was the most important position. Could have turned the table, but for now, situation is in control of Team Revenant XSpark. 3v2 situation it is. Both the players are coming towards the CT side, slowly and steadily. But Raw Fuel, he has the idea. Aziz is still there. Icarus as he finds a 1. Are they going to turn the tables?
Not sticking.
They don't have enough time. And look at Aziz, his position is so good. Oh my god. Team Revenant XSpark making it look so easy for themselves. Converts the bonus round, and pressure is definitely gonna be on Asterisk.
Aziz, my man, just found the perfect timing possible. Utilize the smokes of Icarus against their team. The reposition was phenomenal. You could also, they kind of used Deathmaker as the bait, while Raw Fuel was just controlling the main. Now that's the main part about it. They've showcased their presence in mid, they've showcased their presence in A main, now they're moving towards B. That is the weaker side. Asterisk are playing heavy mid. They realize that it's a full-fledged B execute. Now Georgie sends out all of his layer. Raw Fuel picks up Icarus. In the meantime, Simple quickly grabbing that weaponry. Might actually change the round. But it's all about timing. Yash with the Guardian that he pulled out.
They will land in one more. Noted the possession, but Antidote goes unnoticed,
the four.
untouched. And as you said, goes in not just with one, but rather 4.
Oh my god. Man, oh man, what have you done, NT? 4 of those players down in a 1v4 situation. In fact, in a 2v5 situation. Asterisk, it was their round. It was supposed to be their round, but Anti, what a performance. We did mention that Anti was the weak link of team Revenant XSpark. But is he really the weak link? I don't think so. But once again, Wave this time around, pushing forward, takes one down with the operator, falls back. A lot of util dump was there. The undercut being used with the guided salvo once again. It confused Revenant XSpark. And as Georgie is down, Rawfield is also low in HP. Drawn towards the mid from Art to take all that information. But look at Deathmaker. He's wrapping around.
Yeah,
The timing is in his favor.
they've got no idea about him. He should be able to catch maybe 1, maybe 2, but he's going all the way towards spawn. That is so bold. It is going to be a hit towards the A side, but it totally depends. Near's attention. It was already grabbed by that owl drone. But at the same time, there's another lurk play coming in from Simple though, but Deathmaker finally finds out the first one. Wave answers back quickly, finishes Deathmaker out, but they execute already beginning. Neha answered back on the other side. Simple, he did not continue on that flank, instead took the TP back to the side. I don't know why he did that. He could have had the perfect timing, but it's fine now. Icarus has got the opportunity as the dimensional drift will give out all the information. Icarus, you need to catch raw fuel. How did he?
Oh my god.
Why are they finding those timings? And Simple just disrespects Antidote. Comes out of the ult in front of him and just puts a shorty in his face. Raw Fuel's repositioning should be noted, maybe not, but with this pick he should be, but the refuse was stuck entirely as Icarus will win that last duel too. Will do that eco damage on the way and pick the operator up. What a round from Asterisk.
Absolutely, Asterisk. They were just taking all those risks. Another round in their favor. Oh my god. That ultimate on the face of that player. That ultimate on the face of Anti, I believe. But look at this. Once again, a util heavy round. Some rotations were there. Some wraparounds were there. But Raw Fuel, as he found 2, unfortunately, is open and diffused. And once again, the same start. Cluster towards the A side. The information is there. And Raw Fuel, he found 1 and finds another. Asterisk. They were trying to put all that pressure, and once again, as Nair finds 1, he did fumble a lot, and Aziz, he gets traded as he found 1. Look at this, Simple is still alive. Look at this. This angle was unchecked, and Simple, he found 2 of those players from here. A 1v2 situation. Deathmaker, he does not have any idea where Icarus is.
Oh, I kind of wish that they would have doubled up together, but it's fine as Icarus will find an unaware Deathmaker and finish him off. What a round from Simple. My man is standing up to the name that he's using. Standing in pit, catches the first one, answers the second on Raw Fuel as he was trying to peek him. Then Antidote gave him another individual. And that was the spike down as well. He had the perfect gate crash, used it to run out, and he's just 2 away from another dimensional drift. He used it just in round number 5. That is utterly disgusting play from Asterisk. The Toad, of course, coming into play as well. A lot of ultimate. This is a very ultimate heavy round now. Yash quickly pulls in Georgie. He's been super solid in terms of the duels, the reposition. Not that good, Georgie. Wanted to go, but there's another one, and this time Simple's been put to his place by Deathmaker. Shuts him down. The jiggle just did not work. So eventually, it's down to a 4v4 again. And there's 3 ultimates in play for Asterisk. They've got the Armageddon, they've got the Cosmic Divide.
Standoff between Nair and Aziz. Aziz slowly and steadily trying to move forward, but Nair is still there. Aziz goes for a jiggle, but unfortunately, the opponent survived, and once again he's falling back.
Space taken.
This time around, damage taken, yes. This time around they're going towards the B side, but Icarus, he does not want to leave it. Marks on the map clearly tells that the players are trying to reposition.
30 seconds left.
That is so bold from Nier. He cleared out the entire B, so Icarus knew that his
way.
hit is from main, but he's only good for one as Nier's answer back quickly. It's still raw fuel.
2v2.
Holding down the board. Double tap, not yet available. Sends out the undergut, trying to go for the spam
Oh my
anti.
God.
Just 5 HP remaining. He's lucky to be
Raw
breathing
Fuel
right
has
now.
the ultimate.
Exactly. Fave. He needs to be the key. He needs to be the main man. They've got no clue. It's not just raw fuel. It's even Anti who's basically got the ultimate. Now the first tap comes in. There we go. The Hellfire out there from the heavens trying to stop the diffuser. Yash has pushed out way too far up front now. There's Hunter's Fury as well. That's the door the post used up. He's using it. He's no idea about Yash as he takes two. Lovely approach from this guy. No one was watching him and he found the perfect timing possible. Send that diffuse to him as well. He can build up one more for his ultimate. Asterisk. Seems like they've done their homework.
Absolutely. Yash pushing that. He did not just took the round, but two of those ultimates as well. I mean, Hunter's Fury was there along with the orbital strike, and Yash made sure that Team Revenant Esports they do not just lose the round, but they lose their ultimates as well. But Team Asterisk, man oh man, they do look prepared. Once again, no fumble at all from his side, confirming both the frags. There was no expectation from the side of Team Revenant XSpark. They were not expecting that Yash is gonna push so forward. But a timeout being taken by Team Revenant XSpark. They do want to rethink. They do want to re-strategize. Aziz is not looking himself. Look at Aziz. He do look a bit pressured, tensed. I don't know. But on the other side, Asterisk, they're looking pretty much confident.
Now here's the thing. I agree on the part where you mentioned where Yash was just unanticipated in that position, but also at the same time it was mistake of Revenant XSpark, as both of the players, they were ready with their ultimate, but no one was actually checking out that avenue. Another A-main approach. All 5 players.
My ultimate is ready.
Lockdown
You
is ready
should
now, so
run.
they're going to use that lockdown to clear out that entire side.
But a heavy retake is gonna be there. So the lockdown is done and they are done with the plant. 5 of these players are gonna push forward. And Team Revenant, they have to be good with the aim game. And look at this, Yash, has he found Aziz? The flash was there on time, and Yash is not stopping at all. Back and forth trade gives the upper hand advantage to Team Asterisk, and now it's a 1v3. Let's make a, in fact, a 1v4. The whole responsibility is on him. Converts it into a 1v3. Let's make a, can he pull something? Can he pull this off? The spike is being diffused, and Wave as he diffused this one. The round is in their favor, but Deathmaker has still found 3 of those players.
My oh
Economy
my.
deficit is definitely gonna be there.
Absolutely. Just doing that eco damage, but again another round going in for Asterisk. Some rounds that you do not really expect them to pick. And by the way, they've still got the Cosmic Divide up. The entire team just wanted to push out all the way front towards the pit, but eventually were taken down, this time by Yash. In one of the rounds, it was Simple. Round number 5, Simple held his ground. Round number 7, Simple held his ground, and this time Yash just joined him. And they've got
And
the
that on-point flash was just
Yeah.
crazy.
Exactly. That one flash has constantly been working out for them.
Distractions.
Oh my
No
god,
way.
he was not able to pull out anyone in that no distractions.
Seems like everyone was distracted.
So was he.
Probably. But it's a full-fledged hard push down. Look at that. All 4 players moving towards the A side. It's again going to fall down to Simple. Man has no clue. Yeah, Lear in front. No one broke the recon. But Simple and Yash in the unison.
One enemy
Catching
remaining.
everyone. And Yash shuts down 3. He does not need kill contract to kill the enemy. He can just walk on the side and finish them off.
Absolutely. Some crispy aim game is there. But Wave,
Yeah,
he's waiting with the operator, Deathmaker. Somehow realized and now he's falling back.
30
Probably wants to
seconds
save
left.
this Vandal.
That
Yes, it
would
does.
be, yeah, that would be the best decision now. To save that weaponry for the next round. It's the first time that Asterisk are actually coming in lead in this map. And seems like they've been doing their homework so well. They
10
understand the
seconds left.
timings that Revenant XSpark are picking on this map. They have done their work. They did see how they are playing. And they are countering that brilliantly. And I'd have to give it to Yash and Simple. My boys have been holding that A side. It's like it's under a lockdown, but that's not from Killjoy.
And there we have some.
Revenant XSpark, they're just relentless. Seems like the defending side is showing some crazy and fantastic holds. Asterisk. Once again. Round number 10. 5-4 on the board. Finally, they are on that advantageous number. With a 5-4 score line. But once again, look at this. Wave pushing forward with the operator. And Simple is there as well. He gets shut down, but the operator was there and Wave still missed, unfortunately, and he got picked up by Rawfuel through the smokes.
Yeah, he
Oh my
was
God.
stuck. And Rawfuel is decided to just move forward. Catching them down one after the other. Lovely shot by Yash though. He went out a bit too far forward, and it's not just one, but rather 3. And Icarus as well moves up. What a hold from Asterisk. Only 2 people, and they were like, "We're enough." Yash is just 1 point away from his another kill contract. My man has been doing insane as the fight was taken. Damage being dealt. 17 HP. The reposition is perfect, but Deathmaker, can he clutch this one out? Still down to the
no.
1v1. Wanted the white peak, but Icarus knew better. And they've also saved the operator. 6 rounds for Asterisk. And that too 6 consecutive rounds.
Unbelievable stuff. Unbelievable stuff. Incredible positioning by that player, Yash. 3 picks towards his favor, and definitely Asterisk. This is where they converted the round. Although Rawfuel, he started to give some momentum to his team. But unfortunately, they had no idea about the position of Yash, and Yash, he was just crispy with his game. And once again, look at him. Some random fires were there. And he did damage Rawfuel. And look at this, in kill contract, Yash finds another.
That's the end.
This time around, Rawfuel was there and he shut him down. But as 4 of the players are pushing, Aziz found Icarus, Yash slowly and steadily is falling back. Side control is in the favor of team Revenant XSpark.
Yeah, but they've dealt damage to almost all the other players out there. Couple of smokes still. And that turret being taken down is now going to create a question mark. So Deathmaker will be moved away from the site. They still haven't planted it.
Yash.
It's all down to Antidote. He's alone on site. Couple of players already going in for that post plant. But how is Anti moving out of there? Contingency moving up, but Georgie up close and personal. Stinger right onto the face. Yash did not anticipate that. There's an operator into play, and Wave shuts him down. Anti will not win the fight.
Anti.
That was a big play. Aziz. It's all down to him. Dimensional Drift now being used up. He's got the tailwind activated. It's going to be crucial. Near, he also moves in far forward. They're creating those question marks, but they've got to move fast as another
shot this time from near, lands it perfectly. Deathmaker can't really peek. It's not planted for him. He can't do anything but watch the spike defuse as it's another round for Asterisk. 7-4. This team has read Revenant XSpark perfectly.
Incredible performance. Some crazy attacks. Some crazy retakes, in fact, from Asterisk's side. They're clearly surprising us and their opponents as well. They've read all the strats of Team Revenant XSpark. And once again, trying to obliterate the whole team of Team RNT. Revenant XSpark coming up with a different strat now, forcing 4 of their players to push towards the B side. Icarus is still there. A revealer was there and it pushed out Icarus, but as Aziz got tagged, he got a lot of damage.
Planted.
But on the other side, the ultimate could not take any of those players down.
One enemy remains.
Yes, able to take one down, but Raw Fuel answering back on the other side. Now it's all down to Wave with an operator. A 1v3 seems almost impossible. Yeah, did not check for Aziz. And that's the round going in for Revenant XSpark. 7-5. And by the way, fun
Switching
fact,
sides.
not a single time was Cosmic Divide used in that entire half.
Someone needs to tell Icarus that you cannot take the Cosmic Divide towards the second half. But it's okay. He probably did not find the opportunity to use it.
Oh my god, come on.
Otherwise, who knows better than the player who's playing that agent?
It's fine. They might have just probably forgot. They've got that ultimate as well. But at least Revenant XSpark picking that one round and now on to 5-7. Maybe getting this defensive pistol in which Georgie has looked insane. Might be able to, you know, a few more things. Yeah, he's got a couple of devours available. He picks the first one. Yes, taken down. Aziz as well finds another one. And as we said, it's going to be a Georgie show with the pistol, but not for long. Simple.
I got the spike.
The answer back as he's down to just 26 HP now. And Deathmaker is quickly running it down to maybe take some space. He's got a flash lineup ready. That's a nice flash.
Not ready yet.
Raw Fuel just pushed back.
Yes.
That space has been given off. But what can Asterisk do after gaining this space?
Absolutely. 2 of those players are down, but on the other side, Asterisk, they have to play with their 2.
One
NT,
enemy remaining.
his position was so good, but Raw Fuel making sure that Team Asterisk remember his name. Takes one pick and Deathmaker shuts down the other. This round is in the favor of Team Revenant XSpark, but once again, they did win the first 4 rounds in the first half. That's something that they should not look for in the second one. They have to carry this momentum forward. When it comes down to the Vandals and Phantoms, when it comes down to the heavy guns, to the rifles.
I mean, you know, I might sound brutal, but I'll have to say it. Georgie has got 10 kills right now. He got an ace at the first pistol. He got a 3K in the next. That's 8 rounds. That's 8 kills. He's only got 2 kills in all of the other 11 rounds combined.
So you're just basically calling him an eco-fracker. That's what you're trying to say.
I wouldn't exactly say it as an eco-fragger because, I mean, the opponent also has the pistol, so it's still the similar weaponry. But whenever it comes down to those rifles, he is struggling. And that's not me saying, that's the stats saying it.
Oh. So you're saying that the stats are saying that Georgie is an eco-fragger.
Well, you're just framing it that way does not make it any better, but yeah.
Okay, as we move forward, ladies and gentlemen, a bit more easy round for Team Revenant XSpark, but Asterisk.
Look at where Aziz is. All players moving together. Yeah, Aziz should catch one.
No, he did not catch anyone. But Raw Fuel He did found
30
one,
seconds left.
found another.
Spike
Anti
down,
was there to
B.
help him.
One
The
enemy
spike is down, and now Simple is left. The last man standing. Anti and Raw Fuel. 4 picks from their side. Converts a round that was supposed to be theirs. But now, as the situation is even, as the score is tied, things can go either way.
Can definitely go either way. Couple of players still on the half shield. No, converts it to the full. It's only Yash who's running in with the half shield. It's fine as long as he's got that double tap activated. Undercut is ready to try and push anyone away from that one choke point. They've also got that Astra Star there. Yo, lovely approach. Tailwind already activated, used up. Now the smokes are going to go out. It's a good util use again. Asterisk know that Revenant XSpark like to play aggressive on these extremities. And they're just super ready with all of that. Wave is struggling, yes. 4 and 12. It's absolutely fine. He's a chamber. He's constantly trying to create those question marks around the map. But yes, of course, it'd be easy on his teammates if he were to frag as well a bit more. I wanted to mention, you know, that one time when Asterisk were performing really good in that 13-11 or even in the 13-10, it was Wave who was fragging as well. So it definitely eased out a lot from their teammates. They still want to go over towards the A side though. It's an A split, but there's 4 people standing right there. Maybe stop this push down. It's a 1-for-1 trade already as Yash moves in. Simple now from the main. Will eventually move a bit more far forward. Not checking the pit is the big problem.
30
Aziz was
seconds
still
left.
standing there.
Spike down A.
And he's still holding that angle. They haven't been able to plant till now. And it's down to a 2v3.
How did they convert this into a 2v3? I mean, this is brilliant, but Yash, his position in that smoke is just too good. The spike is being planted. Aziz with the wall bangs, and NT was there to support him. And once again, some textbook play from the side of Team Revenant XSpark. And Asterisk, as they did nothing impressive in this round. All they did is 4 of the players were pushing towards the art. One of those players, Simple, was left to play inside the smoke from main. Georgie, once again, he made a mistake. He died so early, but on the backside, Aziz was there, Georgie, Deathmaker was there, and Raw Fuel. They definitely made sure that their team wins this round, but in the starting of the previous round, Team Revenant XSpark, they made some crucial mistakes.
Now here's the thing, you know. Asterisk had got a good idea of how to stop the early aggression of Revenant XSpark in a main. Right? They undercut into the guided salvo. It's a good combo. But after showing how many people are there, they just only sent Wave down towards B to maybe fake and pull the rotations away from A. And Revenant XSpark were just not buying into that at all. They were like, alright, it's just Wave there. He's on the chamber. It's normally the lurker. So it's fine. They're probably not coming towards B. We did give up on the space in mid, but they were still holding down double doors. Or at least in that entire B connector. So eventually, they were able to stack the members over towards the A side. And Asterisk ended up forcing a fight on the stacked side of Revenant XSpark. So now, of course, their economy broken yet again. Still kind of trying to force as Yash is on the vandal. And it's fine for the confidence that he's got right now. He's doing a good job throughout the game. They're holding it down towards the B connector now. The dimensional drift being used up. It's a judge in the hands of Simple. Goes towards the double door, trying to figure out where the rest of the players are. Lear thrown out, Raw Fuel already picking one off, and Georgie as well makes it a double. Now that's a judge, a bit far range, but it's fine as it's 1-for-1 trade. Raw Fuel still stands strong. This Sova is definitely being the hunter. Revenant XSpark shut down the optimistic approach of Asterisk.
This is not the first time that Raw Fuel tried to give the momentum to his team and making sure that his bullets are counted. Once again, a 3K from his side, creating a lot of tension for Team Asterisk. as the side shifted, the pressure has also shifted towards the Asterisk team. As one by one, Revenant is getting those round. Once again, the approach was good. The dimensional drift was used on the right time, but Georgie was so good and awful with their aim game. And now, as Team Revenant has started to push towards the A side, this was a bad idea. Yash tries to shut him down. He gets the success. Gnarly on commitment of Hunter's Fury makes sure that a lot of the players, they get some damage.
Here's the thing. Yash has got a kill contract available. Noting the position down of one player, and he's going to pull him in quickly. And that's Antidote itself, as he's found two, though. As an answer,
my
they're
God.
already ready to maybe take this one down. Anti wins the most crucial duel. Yash needed to win that one out, but he could not. And it's down to a 1v3. Something which could have turned into a 2v2. And look at the positioning of Deathmaker. He's playing all the way back in spawn. He just thinks that maybe Icarus is on the greatest lurk around the world,
Covering it.
which he's technically not.
30 seconds
fine.
left.
The utils are there. So, Deathmaker,
it's gonna
he
be-
does not have to see those angles.
Should be a save.
But he can save the operator. And on the other side, there's one thing that I want to mention is he's getting collateral in with the operator. That's something really interesting. And look at this. Oh my god.
10
The
seconds
still
left.
damages one. But the operator is there.
Oh!
Takes down the operator.
Winnable?
Oh
Nah.
my god. He cannot save it. He's taking the risk. And he saved it.
Take a breath now. Release.
It's gonna be
the
safe,
tension.
but what a nasty shot. He just diffed Aziz there on that op. Crazy good. But on the back of it, as you mentioned, they were also able to save their own operator. So both of them are now gonna be in play. Wave, he'll be using that. But here's the thing, Wave and Near, 5 and 15. Near has got just 4 assists. My man is struggling a lot on this one, along with Wave. It's basically just two players doing all the heavy lifting out there, Yash and Simple. That has been a big problem now again. Sending it all the way down towards B long on the back of contingency with just a sheriff in the hand. That's a bit hopeful. Rockule, he is vulnerable, but eventually will deal with the drone to hop out of there. Kind of given away the side control, but they still have got both the avenues to quickly jump in for the flood as the owl drone now comes into play to set things up for Aziz. Will eventually go on the back of that clear by Georgie. Sees the first one, quickly picks him off, and that's Yash already out of the picture. The man who had the sheriff as Georgie follows his footsteps, and Wave with the operator could not do anything as they
Oh my God.
just knock the doors and knock Asterisk out of the round. Georgie with a 3k. This time it's not a pistol but a Vandal as a flawless conversion for Revenant XSpark lead them to 11.
I think it was a pistol.
It was a Vandal.
Icarus had a pistol. It was a pistol.
But at least Georgie had a Vandal.
Yeah, but the opponent had a pistol.
Spike planted.
Once again, it was their it was their eco round. It was their safe round.
One enemy remaining.
So you're saying that the stats are saying that Georgie had a bundle.
The stats are saying absolutely correct. Now you're getting the nice read into this, Saladin. Nice.
All right. A timeout being taken by Asterisk. They were definitely in dire need of that. They need to think, because as they have the Vandals now, they cannot mess this up. They cannot lose this one. The momentum is there towards the opponent, Revenant XSpark. But Asterisk, if they want to shift the momentum back in their favor, this is that round.
Probably. Or at least I'd have to say this is their last opportunity to try and pull themselves back in this map pick, which is of Revenant XSpark, by the way. So I'd have to say Asterisk have been doing a phenomenal job. But please, Icarus, please, for one time, use the Cosmic Divide. At least someone show me you that Cosmic Divide sometime. Seems like people, they just hate that.
And it's such a good util for the post plant though, but behind the contingency, Aziz in an off angle though has not been noted. He missed out on that shot and now someone needs to bail him out as Wave will be able to shut him down. Yes, still moving forward. Couple of undercuts available for him. It's gonna be bunny hopping out after being marked by the Sova drone. Not getting a lot of information on the back of it. There's the TP towards the backside as Wave catches one more, but it's Maker and Raw Fuel with a back and forth. Push their team in an advantage. The Cosmic Divide now comes into the play. But now, man, he's basically got to cross his own wall. He's
The
blocked
Cosmic
himself off.
Divide, absolutely. This is what I was trying to say. The Cosmic Divide is in play, but against himself. Nictorus, he knows the position of Georgie. Raw Fuel. He's playing on a crossfire. The spike is there. You have the revealer as well. All you have to do is wait.
5
They're
HP.
not waiting. They're not waiting at all. Raw Fuel peeks out and shuts him down. Once again, all the hopes are gone now. Because Asterisk, they do not have the buy. They have to force this one out.
Yep.
Couple of Guardians out there. But is this going to be enough? Okay, Wave has the ultimate ready. On the other side, an Armageddon can be enough if they push towards the A side and somehow get the control.
I mean, I don't want to say it, but
You want to play?
yeah,
Let's
he's
play.
still been struggling, even if it's just an operator in play. You know. I don't know how solid it's gonna work in this time, but
Oh my god. Aziz is there.
Enemy kill.
Oh my god. Shuts down the opportunity that this team had. The only hope of Team Asterisk is down now. A couple of Guardians to deal with. And Georgie, he has repositioned himself a bit more aggressive, but falls back as he realizes that all the team is pushing there. He does not want to make that mistake that he was making previously. Ridiculous. Trying to cut all that rotation out. Georgie slowly, steadily moving towards that. Georgie is always in that situation where he can either kill someone or gets killed. He's never playing safe.
can they convert it? A 4v5. They've been struggling onto that one. The drone goes out. These are the close angles at least. Yeah. Georgie is noted. Was not suppressed. It's eventually a couple of players. There we go with the Armageddon now. Simple stood in his own Armageddon though. Was able to take Georgie down. So that's a good surprise. A pleasant one, you'd have to say. But there's still 4 players in towards the backside. They want to brute force their way through this. And Yash is not even joining the fight. They've only got 12 seconds remaining. They've got to go in for the plant. And someone needs to cover him. No one is covering the planter as everyone will keep on falling like Skittles. As it's Raw Fuel with the last bullet in the skull of Yash, who was standing as the last man. But no hero he was. Eventually, just another pawn in the game of chess of Revenant XSpark. The Spark eventually turned into a wildfire, claiming the victory on their own map. What a way, my guy, to pull it off. And I'd have to say, it all goes in the hands of Raw Fuel. He was holding his team down on his shoulders when everyone kept on falling.
Absolutely, he was there to change the momentum, to shift the momentum when his team was struggling. Raw Fuel, even in the round number 10, he tried to shift the momentum with a 3k, but unfortunately, after that, Yash was there. And we cannot ignore the performance of Yash as well. In the first half, he was just deadly.
If there was one person on one side, there was the other person on the other side. I cannot, agree more with you on that fact. Yash was doing such a phenomenal job, making sure that his team had a chance. The only reason why we even saw this team have so many good rounds on their defense was because of the fact that it was Yash who was constantly stepping up whenever it came down to holding those avenues, holding those angles, controlling the side, stopping the players who were pushing it down. It ended in a 7-5, by the way, Aladdin. And if I'm not wrong, Asterisk were not able to take even a single round in their attacking half.
Unfortunately, they were not being able to get a single round. But there's one thing that I need to highlight. The reason why Aziz did not perform in this map is Definitely because of Yash, because every time Aziz was stepping in, every time he was dashing in, he was getting shut down by that player. Yash and Simper, they were just focused on one player. They were prepared for Aziz, and that's what made sure that a little bit of tough time is being given towards the Revenant side. But Revenant, as the side shifted, the momentum shifted as well, and they won an easy round. They won an easy game, in fact. An easy second half for them.
I wouldn't exactly say an easy game, but yes, an easy second half, I'd have to say. There were only a few moments when you eventually saw certain signs of struggles. Apart from that, it was, again, a one-sided domination as soon as it turned out. Wave as well, I don't know what he was trying to do there, but just was unfortunately caught in that jiggle peak. He went in a bit too wide, did not anticipate Aziz being there. And then over towards the end, they just waited for such a long time now. I'd have to say, I was seeing certain ideas, but in terms of those, you could say finishing, right? That's where Asterisk are having that trouble in terms of the fundamentals. They were trying to pull rotations towards one side, but it was not working that well out because it was just not convincing enough. That's where Revenant XSpark on their defense were able to quickly rotate the players towards where the execute was going, be it towards the A side or be it towards the B side. And there was always at least one or the other player who was ready with the last stand. But let's have a look at the stats for the entire game. 12 first kills for Revenant XSpark, 8 for Asterisk, and in terms of post plant, again, the conversion rate for Revenant XSpark is better.
Absolutely, and that's the reason why Team Revenant Xbox, they won this Pearl map so brilliantly. And as you mentioned, the second half was easy for them, but the first half they did struggle a lot. But as we move forward, there is a surprise for us. As this player was surprising us in the battleground, the MVP is none other than Raw Fuel with 3.1 kill death assist. What else do you need from him? What else do you need from Asoba with 366 ACS and 4 first blood? Raw Fuel was just more than impressive in the previous game.
Very impressive, I'd have to say. Again, when everyone was falling in his team, he was the man who stood up front. On that Sova, definitely being the hunter who was hunting down the members of Asterisk, be it in the first kills department with 4 of them, or be it overall being the backbone of the team. Aziz as well was kept a bit more quiet, as you said. It was because Yash was there, constantly fragging him out with 5 first kills for himself, 20 and 18. But I'd still have to say, after all of that, Aziz still ended up being the second most fragger of the team. 20, 13 and 1. I mean, that's still very impressive.
Absolutely. Impressive stats from his side, and on the other side, Jorsey on that train now with 15 eliminations. We will talk about him. 15 eliminations and 15 deaths. I think the most deaths from Team Revenant side is definitely Jorsey's. But as we compare him with the other players, Deathmaker and NT, some crazy stats from their side. And NT, once again, lacking behind, but making sure that his team has all that util. The ultimate use was also there, but unfortunately, how can we forget about that round where Yash pushed forward? 2 of the players were trying to commit the ultimate, but they were so, we can say, they were so careless about all the other avenues, and Yash pushed and eliminated them.
Yeah, it's again in the heat moment, in the heat awareness about what's happening in your surroundings, and they both were just ready with their own post-plant ultimates. Did not realize how quickly Yash was pushing out forward. But again, overall, it was a map pick for Revenant XSpark. They were able to convert it as well, very convincingly, I'd have to say. But the next one is where my focus is now going to lie. That was the only map that Revenant XSpark have dropped till now. In an OT against Global Esports Academy, 15-13 was the scoreline, and the map is of Lotus. This is also a map where Asterisk have been looking a bit better, and they're constantly pulling that Breathes Teho composition in the mix. So I think so. This is the map which they would be able to steal away, given that Yash plays how he's playing, but also the rest of the players need to step up, be it Icarus, be it Wave, be it Near. all of them have to pull their socks up. Icarus also, he was there in about a round or two maybe max, but nothing apart from that. Just barely touching that double-digit kills as well, while the rest of the players, they could not even go to that. So of course there's some big problems that they need to fix in terms of that aim, in terms of trading each other, where Revenant XSpark is having that advantage, because in the next one I'm pretty sure Aziz is gonna be going all gung-ho.
All right. As you talked about all these players, before we move forward, let's take a short break and then we can come back with the next match. Ladies and gentlemen, all you have to do is stick around, grab your popcorns, and be there after a few minutes, because the next match is definitely going to be really interesting.
There's some ray of hope now in Asterisk as they almost pulled off in the previous one, at least on the defensive side. Maybe they can now push through the entire map and steal away one map from Revenant Esports. If that happens, we'll be pushed on to game number 3. But ladies and gentlemen, to see that big story now, we'll first have to witness this entire game as I'm going to be your host and caster Skated, and alongside me, a new shiny face joining me, and that's going to be Shadow. Yeah. Yes. I do want to see that ray of hope now being converted into the entire beam of light that's falling onto your face. But yes, I'd have to say, Shadow, I was really impressed, but only in the first half. In the second half, it was again Asterisk struggling to, pull their ideas back and maybe move forward in a way where we wanted them to win. But they were struggling so much. But I'd have to say, Shadow, on the other side, if we are looking at Revenant Esports, Raw Fuel stepping up for the team, it clearly shows you some good signs of life. Normally, you'd have Aziz, normally you'd have Georgie, sometimes you'd also have Deathmaker. But Raw Fuel, we know that this man has got a stupendous potential in him. He used to play the duelist as well. A lot of people still love him, his jet. So him stepping up, it's more like, it's fine boys, on the map where you cannot pull us, I'll be there to pull the card down. But we'll just have to slowly and steadily wait as the composition right now comes in front of us. Revenant Esports, they've already played this one composition. The win rate has not been that good. They've still been kind of struggling on this, but Asterisk as well, they face the same problems. With the Wise, Raze, Breach, Teho, Omen. I always love this comp, the Teho Breach comp. On the other side, it's again the double smokes, Deathmaker, Antidote, playing on the Omen as well as the Viper. Now here's the thing, Shadow, I want to ask you a big question, and it's a pretty important one as well. Deathmaker was the duelist. Now he's being given the role of a lurker. Would he be able to fulfill that? Because the last time they played, he was struggling.
Last time he was struggling, maybe this time he won't be struggling because maybe there is a possibility of him rectifying all those mistakes. He would have realized what really happened wrong last time when he was coming on the same map. The lurk plays which you are talking about were completely missing. But maybe this time it won't happen. But for now, Revenant Esports, they are starting on the attacking side, and Asterisk, they are starting on the defensive side. For now, we have got 2 Ghost, 2 Classic, 3 Classic, out of which one is a Classic Half Shield with Wave, and same weaponry with Antidote, just 4 Ghost. And from the looks of it, looks like Revenant might be going for that early rebel control towards the A side, where we have a solo anchor, which is going to be Icarus and his setup.
If I'm not wrong, he's not even using the share. It's only a Razor Wine. He's still got the Classic though, so I think so he's probably bought one of them. Yeah. He's got a couple of Razor Wines there to slow down the approach. And it's not right away a full-fledged push down on that angle. They're just slowing it down.
Not ready yet.
I like the idea. Wait if there's any kind of aggressive play from the defense. It's just the patience right now. Some shots being fired. Wave low in the HP. Still will win the duel along with Yash. Nice shot
Down, attacker spawn.
on the man himself as he just satchels out of the harm's way. Early few picks, not even losing a single member. Lovely approach from Asterisk. Going outside of B and then just watching out their avenues. And now they should be able to hear this entire Mount Rush. Suppression, not there. Arcros fully blinding. Yes, though, but Raw Fuel has been slowed down. Not the highest of the HPs, but the crispiest of the aim.
Spike down, C.
How much more can he do? 18 down. Another shot needs to land on his head, on his body, or on his leg. It will do as Icarus will shut down the Wise counterpart on the other side. A lot of assists on that one, but that's a much needed pistol for Asterisk.
Well, certainly it was. On their own map pick, Asterisk, they're already having a very good head start. The pistol round goes in their favor, and that too in the defensive side. The way they went all the way towards the A main and got 3 picks over there, especially Yash getting 2 of his own. Now the entire eco round for the players of Asterisk and a save round for the players of Revenant XSpark. This time Revenant might be looking for a C-mount control, where we have here. One-way smoke is there, and here also has got the information. Trying to delay that push. The C-mount control has been established, but look at the proactiveness of the players of Asterisk. Early rotations coming in, but still the flash goes in, but behind that raw fuel shuts down near. Finds an opening towards the C side. The entire control goes to the players of Revenant XSpark. It should be easy for them to plant the spike now.
3 players into the site, 1 playing on mount, and Deathmaker is going to try and find some timing on the lurk. Couple of players going towards the waterfall while the rest of the players slowly moving in the site. Comes down to those utilities, those angles cleared. The shear is going to get activated as soon as Wave crosses that. They're actually playing on long, all the way going in for that spam with just the classics, just the ghosts. I'm not really liking this kind of idea. They're still going to try and maybe go for the defuse, stick through it. Kind of like a one-way now. Deathmaker 33 HP. As I said, I'm not liking this approach at all. The door's gonna open up. Just catches 2 before falling down. Deathmaker still will go for the single spams, and they are doing enough. Just 1 more needed. No time for Icarus to try and hold it down, as he will eventually lose the round. Only trying to catch those orbs. That's a thrifty conversion for Revenant XSpark. All the 5 players playing on mount. No worry in this entire world.
Thrifty conversion for the players of Revenant XSpark. Asterisk, they got the pistol round, but Revenant XSpark did answer back in their own fashion by getting a thrifty conversion for them. Now they have got the economy as well, a full buy coming in for Revenant XSpark, but a save round for the players of Asterisk now. Sheriffs, pistols all across the board. Let's see. They approach, but this time Asterisk, they are going super aggressive. They're pushing the B main, and C mount control is there, but all the trades are going in the favor of the players of Team Revenant XSpark. As simple as the last man standing.
Oh
Gets
my
one.
goodness.
1v3
Simple.
converted into 1v1 of 4K, and maybe an ace now.
Simple? Simple almost! Aziz will put this breach to rest, but it seemed that his arms were not just good, they were absolutely beast-like. Just catching those heads left, right and center. Shadow has got 4 kills right now, and all 4 of them came in the previous round. Now that's a good economical damage onto economy of Revenant XSpark, as they've kind of forced Aziz onto that half shield, or rather the regen shield. Rafuel has got his own steel garden up. So this should very well be a round where they might push it out, but it's a pinch. Asterisk want to quickly pinch the players directly outside the sea, but Antidote Aziz, they've won out their own duels. It all came down to the same thing now. It's Simple left alone, standing. Revenant XSpark, what an anti-play. If I'm not wrong, they pushed out the paranoia, and then Aziz just focused his attention down towards the player pushing outside of the B.
Spike planted.
Seems like a third round for the players of Revenant XSpark, like you said. 2v4 retake. Yes, I do agree that Wave is having his utility. The Shrouded Step has already been used. Dark cover, but the chances of converting this one are pretty slim, and I think the players of Asterisk also do realize that, and that's the reason they are going for a save. It's better to save the weaponry than deal with more eco damage. A good approach coming in, but Asterisk, they need to find something. They need to amp up their defense. Otherwise, Revenant XSpark will get a huge lead in the scoreline, and that's something which the players of Asterisk doesn't want at all, because this map is really important for Asterisk.
They've only managed to get 1 round till now, and that was also the pistol. The question is, when will they find out about Deathmaker playing alone all the way towards the A side? Because now, because of his presence, there's no one on Asterisk who's actually going for the flank plays. And since there's no one for the flanks, Revenant XSpark, they don't really care about
their 6. They focus everything on their 12. That's the reason why also in that round 2 we saw the Wise Wall, that's sheer, being used towards the waterfall. Oh, the util was actually pretty good, but Aziz just sidestepped that concussion. And that's why he was able to take 2 of them down. That's a bit unfortunate for Asterisk, but that's a nice sidestep for Revenant Esports. Definitely saved his team from a looming fate. And also on the other side, rest of the players were just able to hold down their own fort. Just a small mistake, a small hiccup for Asterisk. Nothing that they can't really jump over again.
See, the problem is Asterisk, they are on the defensive side. They need bare minimum of 4 to 5 rounds. Without that, I don't see any possibility of Asterisk converting this one. Once again, like you said, a scrappy by coming in, the only win condition for them is going to be the showstopper in the hands of Yash. And he's a solo anchor towards the A side. 2 players towards B, 2 players towards C side. Wave is already moving all the way towards the spawn. The Prowler will give the information. The stealth drone from the side of Near gets an info. But smokes are there on the back of it. Revenant XSpark are trying to execute the B side.
Georgie. Yeah, I was wondering where he's actually taking that spike up after jumping up towards the heaven. But it's fine. Just holding it down now. All the 5 players will eventually flood in from the B connector as well as the B heaven. Depends on the amount of utility that they've got. Steel Garden used up. Got to run away now. Antidote. Crispy with that headshot. Still controls that avenue. Got too many angles to watch out for. Icarus good for 1 as Anti gets 3, but Wave and Simple answer back in unison. Simple 1 away from the Rolling Thunder. He needs 1. Lovely flash. Fully blinding Deathmaker. There's still a smoke there. Snakebite being thrown out, but the defuse is being stuck as the Snakebite is not enough. Asterisk stealing a round from right under the noses of Revenant XSpark. And on the back of it, they've now got some crucial ultimates for the next one. Rolling Thunder, Steel Garden, Showstopper. This one's gonna get messy.
Yes, 3 ultimates with the players of Team Asterisk. It should be an equalizer. Like you said, Steel Garden, Showstopper, Rolling Thunder. 3 ultimates are there. Even from the shadows is also just 1 point away from Wave. The fault line, Aftershock. Lot of utils being dumped towards the A. And Trouble Controls is already there with the players of Team Asterisk. But seems like the players of Revenant XSpark are eyeing for the C side. Trying to get some information, but Icarus finds Rockfield, shuts him down. A good banana on the back of it. Icarus gets 1 more. Antidote does get the trade, but he's the last one standing in a 1v4 situation. Not anymore, as Simple will shut him down. And the 3rd round goes for the players of Team Asterisk. For a second, I thought it was going to be an ultimate heavy round. But seems like Asterisk, they were able to convert the round and save those crucial ultimates as well.
And it's not just for one side, it's also for the other side as well. Revenant XSpark, they've still got 3 of their own, and Georgie is now 1 away from his own Nightfall. A couple of half shields there. Aziz is with the regen one though. 2-2-1 setup. They're still near. Trying to capitalize on the back of that fault line. Another perfect satchel by Aziz. So he's still going to reclaim that space with the Showstopper. The drone being sent out there. He's already figured out the position. But he knows that there's no one moving forward. Deathmaker creeping up ahead behind his Viper Lurk wall. The setup has still been unchecked. Alright, the Shear now activated. It also triggered the Razor Vine, so we're still sending Wave down towards the other side. There's a couple of players playing there, but alright. Wave has got from the shadows available as Nia is super ready for raw fuel. Lands a shot right onto his skull. It's not just 1, but maybe 2. Wanted to push for the 3rd one. On the back of that fault line, it's absolutely fine. Aziz, his position, important.
As the Viper Spit now has been dropped on site. Aziz in that off angle. It's good for one. The discipline needs to kick in for Asterisk. This fight in heaven is the most important one. Simple. He's just gonna peek alone. And Icarus now is a bit too worried. Steps a bit too side. Aziz not that good with the aim there. Could not readjust. Now there we go. Steel Garden used up. Yash wins out the first one. Deathmaker falls. The pit will go down. And Georgie is only running with a classic. Nothing he can do to save this round apart from a horn. The defuse being stuck. He's got nothing left to do. The man is just gonna run away. Save that one Vandal for the next round. An ult heavy round for both of these teams. But it's still Asterisk pulling ahead.
Of course, already in the lead, back-to-back 3 rounds being converted by the plus of Asterisk, and still they have 2 ultimates. But Revenant XSpark, they need to figure out something ASAP. And timeout should be the way for them. They need to discuss it with the coach and realize what's really happening wrong in the attacking side. Lotus is an attack-centric map, and you should be getting rounds in your favor. But seems like Asterisk is just one step ahead every time. So I'm sure in this timeout the coach is going to guide the players that how to approach the upcoming rounds, because even the economy is also not looking that great for the plus of Revenant XSpark now.
Seems to be the case. This time Raw Fuel also not getting activated is a big problem for them. In the last one, at least he was doing something. He was constantly catching those timings, trading the players, even going in for some of the first kills. But this time, that it's just not working in the way that they thought it would. Even Georgie is struggling, not just in one, but even in the previous game. Apart from the pistols, he was not really finding a lot of success. They've still got Antidote's ult available. On the other side, Yash, Nair, Simple, all of them, they've got their own up. Armageddon's going to be crucial for this round. No, Nair is staying a bit too far forward though. Uses out that knife. Going to slow the push down. He's pretty lucky out there to be alive, I'd have to say. A Paranoia baited out just with that one shear, which is now going to be triggered as Deathmaker finds the pick on the other side. Yash taken down. That's the strength of this man on the aim. 33 HP, but as long as he's alive, that's all they need. Question marks created. Defense line even more thin as they go in for the execute towards the A side. Simple has got the rolling thunder, but a couple of players peeking right onto his face will put him to rest.
Careful here.
Armageddon used up, but there's just no one to catch there. It was way too late. A big mistake. Wave catches one though, but Aziz answers back on the other side. Nightfall was already sent out towards heaven. And an off angle was Aziz, and in an off angle he will fall as Georgie now takes his place. Does not see the timing as Nia gets it perfect. Icarus now in a 1v2 situation. The Razorvine under his feet will still stick with the defuse. Can't really move. The Nano Swarms as well. The combination good, but it's just not there at the right time. He's still going in for the tap. He's lost it as Raw Fuel will get the body shot. And the round for Revenant XSpark.
Finally, the momentum of Asterisk has been broken by the plus of Revenant XSpark. Seems like the timeout did really work in their favor. A much needed round indeed for the players of Revenant. Deathmaker still leading the chart with 8 and 5. Even Raw Fuel is also doing really great. But Georgie, he's getting all the assists, getting all the information, providing all the backline support which the team needs. Once again, Asterisk going for that early rebel control, and Simple finds Deathmaker, immediately shuts him down. But the plan of Revenant was to go for a Seek Mount Crunch. Going for a C hit. Showstopper being invested, and Yash gets 2, not just 1 but 2. Georgie getting one more. Antidote gets one more. The Paranoia was so perfect, still keeping the hopes of Revenant XSpark alive to convert this one. Georgie is going for the plant as Antidote finds Simple all the way towards the spawn.
One enemy
Oh,
remaining.
can he? And yes, he does. A 3k for Antidote, and last player for Asterisk. Yash in a 1v2 retake seems like an uphill task for him.
And the both players have repositioned now over towards the spawn. So many avenues you've got to clear. The horn goes down, position revealed. He still goes for the peak. As Georgie will get the headshot. Antidote saving his team from almost 100% demise in that round. And also saving them from their economy getting broken. What a round from the IGL. After that mount pinch, when two players fell down to that showstopper, he still took the fight to the players who came out of C, punished that aggression, and then moved forward directly towards the spawn, catching the third one by surprise, and then rotating all the way back in waterfall where Nia, he just kept on pushing smoke, so that was a big mistake, and he was punished for that.
He certainly was punished, but now Asterisk, they don't have the economy. Just a single rifle in the hand of Yash, a hero vandal. That is it. Nothing else to work around with. Yeah, the Rolling Thunder in the hands of Simple might be that win condition. But let's see how he's going to use this one. For now, the rubble control is with the plus of Team Revenant XSpark. Double stacked up side, and not anymore because Georgie shuts down here, leaving Chris all by himself. Raw Fuel finds Simple as well. Going all the way from the B link towards the B side because Revenant did realize that the defense towards the B side is going to be weaker. An easy plant.
Spike planted.
But Wave still hiding in that smoke. Waiting for an opportunity. And so is Deathmaker, and he finds the timing onto not just one but two. No. Actually only one. Yash takes him back. Wave also finds Georgie, still keeping hope alive for the first of the match break. Wave, the last man in a 1v3 situation now.
Antidote in the off angle should catch him. Aziz is the man though. Will land the bullet to the skull. 6th round for Revenant XSpark on this attack side of Lotus. So bare minimum hit. Good round for them. Deathmaker as well, constantly having that rubble control, maintains that space. Now my question is, why was Asterisk not pushing out of rubble so early on in the previous few rounds? Take the rubble control, at least force Deathmaker out of that angle. The big problem of Asterisk is that after a couple of rounds, they've just stopped pushing out on these extremities. They haven't been taking the control. And since they've not been taking the control, they've been constantly forced into those backward angles where they've got to take those long rotations out and it gets delayed. A bunch of utility used up in this one though, just only to take maybe some space away. But it's still Revenant XSpark controlling almost all the other extremities apart from rubble as Deathmaker holds his ground in the A lobby. He's got a rendezvous with the team though, but as soon as he peeks, he's been found out. But it does not matter as Yash was caught lacking. Maybe it was a map moment for the man. Just not watching the right angle though. Concussing. Simple still will miss his mark. As now informs that reaction, it's going to be a full-fledged C hit. The showstopper goes live but catches absolutely no one. Georgie sends out the C's as well. Maybe to find something. As the spam through the boxes as Wave will send out a smoke, maybe to reposition. He still tries to hold it down as he wins the fight. Antidote being taken down as Wave holds his ground with that. It's given an advantage to the team, but why is Deathmaker here? As he peeks in with a util in hand, only to be answered back by Nia, who will fall. Raw Fuel. The man gets activated, who was the spearhead of the team in the previous map.
Of course.
10 seconds left.
Only few seconds remaining, and Georgie is going for the plant, finally getting the spike down at the very last moment. Right in the nick of time. A 2v2 retake for the plus of Team Asterisk. Still doable, still possible, but Georgie has got a nightfall. Asterisk need to find that timing. Chris needs to be very careful right on the top.
Face your fear!
Nightfall being invested.
Last player
Dodge. Icarus.
No information, and despite that, Revenant they win the duel against Wave and Icarus, and gets a 7th one
Last
also
round
on
in
board.
the half.
There's so many question marks for Asterisk, but Revenant XSpark are capitalizing on every other mistake that their opponent is making. What a round from Raw Fuel. Deathmaker on that lurk catches one. He was answered back, but Raw Fuel then doubled up on B, and the last call was to run A. Lovely calls. Again, towards the rubble, they're gonna run in and take that control. Rain Shell goes in. Showstopper still quite far away though, but Wave catches one. Raw Fuel's been taken down this time, so no more throws available for this guy. That's a good advantage, but how many times we've seen Shadow, Asterisk, they have the advantage and then they just throw it all away.
Let's hope they don't throw it away this time.
One suppressed.
Like you pointed out, 2 ultimates available with the plus of Team Asterisk. I don't know when Simple will find the perfect timing to use that Rolling Thunder. Finally, Deathmaker finds Yash. Did anticipate him. Shuts him down. The fault line is there. In the back of it, Deathmaker trying to make some sort of play, but Nier will shut him down.
There.
A good trade. Still the numbers advantage with the plus of Team Asterisk. The Prowler goes in. Icarus' position has also been compromised, and finally Aziz taking that double satchel entry inside the sideline. Icarus with the Guardian just shuts him down. Georgie gets a trade. Wave gets a trade onto Georgie. And you know, the last man standing, and seems like not for very long, as Wave with the 3K will get the 5th round on board.
Switching sides.
I'd have to say both teams would eventually be happy with the rounds that they've got. 7 for Revenant XSpark on attack, 5 for Asterisk on defend, but I'll have to say, man, there were so many things that both of these teams are doing that just shows that they're kinda underprepared for this map. But one thing that all of you people can be prepared for is definitely the question right in front of your screen. Which of the following teams has a full Indian roster? Revenant XSpark, S8UL, Revenant Esports, or Orangutan. Only one option is correct, and in order to answer, just scan that QR code on the bottom right. Fill out that form, and you may stand a chance to winning 7,000 Valorant points. If you're first, 5,000. If you're second, 2,000.
7-5,
Right.
like you said.
Yeah.
And the entirety of Asterisk is all the way towards the A main, trying to have the trouble control. But seems like Revenant XSpark, they've already given up that control. It's only one solo anchor towards the A site. And that's going to be
Aziz.
Raw Fuel. Along with that, Aziz is also there towards A top and stairs. The entire stairs control is with Aziz. The fault line is there, but
Spike
before
down
that,
A.
Aziz gets 2 off his own and Raw Fuel gets 1. A heavy blow towards the side of Asterisk. A good play coming in. Icarus do get the trade onto Raw Fuel, but seems like the damage has already been done. Should be an 8th one for the players of Revenant. As Georgie, a good reveal, and the back of it finds Simple as well.
They wanted to go for the contact play throughout, and eventually ended up just being in a place where it was technically a crossfire and they had to watch multiple angles. Nice shots being landed by Aziz and Raw Fuel. Working in unison together, this shows the synergy for both of these players as they've been playing together for almost, what, 2 years maybe? 3 years over? Went in for the first one, went in for the second peak as well. At the same time, it was Raw Fuel to answer back. Lovely round. Georgie as well getting activated in that previous one. Now, that's a more red signals for Asterisk, who are now deciding to push all the way towards B. They've lost Mount, they've lost Rubble. There's no other place that they can go with. Deathmaker just repositions a bit, and this long range weapon
One enemy remaining.
is gonna just keep on catching those heads as they peek him one by one. Near, good for one. It's only Raw Fuel who's falling as Antidote will take the revenge of his fall and breathe in. 9 and 5. And it seems Revenant are ready to close out this map as well.
It should be a 2-0. All the hopes of Asterisk are getting crushed round after round. Although a full buy should be there. 2 players on the Guardian actually. In fact 3 on the side of Asterisk. Once again going for that C-mount control, but this time it's not just 1 but 3 players all the way towards the seaside. Look at Aziz.
They're trying to just create some question marks around the map right now. I do like this idea as Wave has been inserted in Mound on an off angle. Can probably catch in maybe 1 or 2. He's also trying to figure out where this Wise ball is to maybe just walk over it and trigger it once. Icarus on the other end though, catching a nice shot onto Aziz. It's gonna put some more question marks as Wave retreats back to safety, understanding that Revenant XSpark would want to push the other extremity to try and equalize the numbers. They're all running it down over towards the A side as Anti has already given the call to probably bring his own teammates towards that part. The opening door is gonna give out that information. Couple of players playing in for the flank too. Paranoia tries to slow them down as Anti catches one.
30 seconds left.
Suppressed entirely, no smokes to play around with. It's a good fault time, but has been covered by raw fuel. Playing inside the heaven. They've got not a lot of space to work around with. And Maker on the flank catches one as Anti on the side still holds his ground.
Player standing.
And the answer back is just impeccable as all the players from Asterisk will fall one after the other. Double digits now reached by Revenant XSpark.
10-5, 5 rounds deficit for the players of Team Asterisk. Like I said, the hope is getting crushed round after round. And I don't see any way for Asterisk to convert 5 back-to-back rounds and convert this map of Lotus in their favor. Revenant, the defense is as strong as attack was. Back-to-back 3 rounds being converted, and it's high time that Asterisk needs to call for this time, or they really need to discuss with the coach that how they can go for a better execute and better post-plant situation and stop the players of Revenant XSpark for the retake. Just look at Deathmaker, he's looking so comfortable. Not just him, the entire team looking so comfortable and so confident that no matter what is going to be a 2-0, they are going to seal this map of Lotus in their favor.
You know, I'd have to say that Asterisk, in terms of just playing the game itself, they do have the understanding of what's happening, but at the same time, their approach is pretty passive. As once Icarus got the pick, they just gave up on all the other avenues of B main and Mound and tried to, you know, just roll it down towards A side. Antidote understands that, and the entire Revenant XSpark know what they're trying to do. And that's why they found the timing to clear those spaces as well. Deathmaker quickly pushed out of Mound, Georgie pushed out of B main. That gave those final pieces of information that it's still an A hit. And that's why they were able to hold it all down. So it's a fast B hit now. The shear, it's going to be triggered as well. The snake bite goes in. Only to be stopped midway. Deathmaker does not really want to jump in close. It's a sheriff in hand. Prowler used up information given and long range fight being taken. As Aziz is winning that out though. Bucky in the hand. Deathmaker will not go close, but rather will send them back to their maker. As it's all down to just Yash, who wanted to reposition, but his footsteps have been heard. Everything is known. Anti realizes where that man is. The Bucky not close enough to shut him down as it's 11-5. Asterisk did not even get the spike planted.
Problems and problems. That's what Asterisks are facing at this point. Steel Garden is just 1 point away, but I don't see any ultimate that can help the players of Asterisk convert this map. Because the Revenant, 6 rounds lead is what they are having. They are on the 11th one. Just one more round, and after that, Revenant, they'll be on the series point.
Right there.
Deathmaker's Viper Spread is also just 1 point away, and Aziz the Showstopper, just 2. Early double control is there. And May finds Georgie, shuts him down immediately. Aziz still hiding in that dark cover. Finds Yash, the trade game is definitely there, but Wave gets one more. Aziz gets simple, a 3v3 situation. Can go either ways, but suddenly Nia steps up, finds 2, leaving raw fuel all by himself in a 1v3 situation. But look at the HP of Nia scared. He's down to 5 HP.
But they're still going towards the A side, and that's where raw fuel is.
Spike planted.
He's got a Razor Mind to play around. There's also an Armageddon. So now, yes, even though Nier is 5 HP, as long as he stays alive.
Rip and tear. Thorns down.
Crucial, he sees him, he's taken him down, but Icarus speaks in at the perfect time. Asterisk, they've still got something left. Not bowing down yet, and it was a crucial round for them because on the back of it, now Icarus has got a Steel Garden. Yash 2 points away from his own showstopper. The relative economy is now building up, so there is a possibility of a comeback, but only if they shut down Aziz and Deathmaker. And there's also Raw Fuel who's 2 away from his own Steel Garden, so there's some crucial ultimates now being built up, and Revenant XSpark got this 5-round lead, so they can close this one out very soon. Asterisk will have to shut those ultimates down with their own antidote. Being a bit too presumptuous now, quickly puts himself back in that corner. And in the other side, Icarus answers back onto Aziz. Now that's good, that's important. But still, the utility now being dumped out. Antidote on an island, or rather I'd have to say on a mountain peak, alone standing. Only to be picked off. Raw Fuel tries to find some timing from the waterfall as Nier will send him back.
Spike planted.
Simple, easy plant for him. A 1v5 retake.
Flawless.
No eco damage, nothing at all. A flawless conversion from the side of Asterisk. And now the difference is only few rounds. 4-round deficit is what Asterisk is now. But now, Revenant XSpark, they have got a full buy round. It should be a 12th one. Or else I see an equalizer coming in. If Revenant, they don't convert this one, there is a highly possible chance of Asterisk stretching the series to a overtime. And maybe to a decider as well. So again, a really crucial and important round for the players of Revenant XSpark. That's the reason that we can see 3 players tagged up all the way towards A side. But this time, Asterisk, they are going all the way towards B. A fast B hit. 1v1 trades are already there. Wave getting the second as well. The showstopper being utilized by Yash. Gets a perfect value onto Antidote. Still a 2v3 for the players of Revenant now.
It's well
Last
timed.
player standing.
Wave, individuals being awarded, but individuals being won. And with that, they're probably going to call towards A side. Deathmaker, the only man who was at sea with his Viper's Pit, now left alone.
Toxin screen down.
As he slowly will try to go for the chase, but there's reposition from Wave. Yes, he's giving the individual, but it's still on an angle which
Spike planted.
seldom checked in such a situation. Deathmaker will probably go in for the save. They don't really have those creds now to play around with it anymore. I guess the loss bonus of 2900 is going to kick in. So Anti, Aziz, Raw Fuel will be able to buy up. Georgie and Deathmaker will not be able to. So saving this weaponry is the best thing you can do. Another round for Asterisk and a nice fast B hit.
I don't know what's really happening wrong with the players of Revenant XSpark. Killing isolated fights is something we never see from the side of Revenant. The weaponry has been saved, but Revenant, they need to convert the round. Or else, Asterisk, they will easily come to an equalizer. Because if you look at it now, once again, Revenant, they have enough credits to go for a buy. Judge from the side of Georgie. It seems like a timeout should be called, and that has been called. If you remember last time when Revenant got a timeout, they were able to convert those rounds in their favor. And maybe this time once again. They'll be on the 12th one after this round. Could be a possibility for them.
They're just gonna rethink the choices for the past few rounds as to why Asterisk is now winning. And it seems like Asterisk has read onto the habit of Revenant XSpark pushing those extremities time to time. and they're just catching them by surprise. And that's why that Armageddon was also used up towards B connector. If any player would have been playing in that angle and they would have overstayed their welcome, that would have been a freebie for them, which eventually just opened out that avenue and they were able to push down towards B side. Some back and forth trades did come, but eventually the numbers advantage did go in favor of Asterisk, which they were able to convert into a round win. But now they've used a couple of big ultimates. They still have 2 remaining: Steel Garden, Rolling Thunder. One of them is common on the other side too. Revenant XSpark to counter that B push, and now paired up towards B side. Just hold them all down with the paranoia ready. It's going to be a trap play, but no one is there to fall into that trap. Judge in play as well by Georgie, who's 2 points away from his own nightfall. So if he's able to get a couple of picks, that would definitely ease things up for Revenant XSpark in this one.
Just look at the pace of Asterisk, Scared. A very slow pace, a very slow approach. Deathmaker is also just ready. Being invested from the side of Asterisk. On the back of it, they have got the side control. And Revenant, they decides to play C side on the retake now. Should be an easy plan for the players of Asterisk now. Yash still having that waterfall control, and he gets
Spike planted.
a kill onto Raw Fuel. Raw Fuel, what just happened? Losing a 1v1 duel like that is not expected from his side at all.
Right now, someone needs to save Icarus. Yash tries to go in for the late lurk play. Should be able to catch on to Deathmaker. Yeah, the satchels were taken care of. Deathmaker catches Icarus though. And he catches Yash too. That's the big blunder. That's the biggest problem out there. 25 HP on Simple. As he's just pushing the players back with the util, which he does not have anymore. Spam is there. Time not really left as Aziz will land in those shots. And Revenant XSpark convert the round. Asterisk, a big blunder again. And I'll have to say, Shadow, Deathmaker has been owning Yash in this entire half. Every time on attack we've seen this duel, it's always gone in favor of Deathmaker. And it is hurting Asterisk a lot.
It is. But seems like a time when we need to draw the curtains. That Revenant, they are winning this one because they are on the series point now. Icarus.
Aziz.
Oh yeah.
Holy smokes.
It was bound to
Deathmaker
happen.
came out of syllabus.
It was
Deathmaker
out.
came out of syllabus.
The paranoia all the way towards the tree. And Georgie gets wave. Nightfall being invested. No way on earth Asterisk is getting this one. As Near is the last man standing. He gets one, but still a 1v3 situation right in front of him.
Look at the discipline. Antidote could have taken that fight, but he decides not to go with it. Waits for his teammate. That's the discipline we're talking about. Near just chunked down because of the paint shells a bit. Now Anti holds the angle. He's definitely winning this one. It's a 1-for-1 trade as Deathmaker will close the round out.
Of course
Just do
he
it.
will.
Indeed. That's what they're doing.
They are just
That's it.
glowing.
Shadow, was that a celebration from Antidote that we just saw? So it's certain kind of, maybe what Velocity players were doing.
Of course. A celebration should be on the way because a 2-0 is something which Revenant has done now. I'm sure they are going to be really happy.
Well, I mean, highly possible. But Asterisk, I'd have to say that the fight that they put up in the previous map was a much more solid one as compared to this. Or I'd rather have to say, in terms of the macro of the map itself, yeah, they were losing out some crucial duels in times when they were supposed to win that. And many a times it was Deathmaker who were setting things up for his team. Even though, yes, there were some certain moments of raw fuel, Antidote as well shining in so many moments where he's supposed to get only one but ends up getting what, three maybe? Those are the kind of plays which were not supposed to happen, but eventually Revenant XSpark made them happen, and that's why they were able to 2-0 the series.
I don't see Revenant Xpark any time when they were struggling, except for those few rounds, back-to-back 3 rounds, which Asterisk were able to convert, especially round number 17, 18, and 19. Other than that, I think Revenant Xpark were having a streak of rounds in their favor in the attacking half. Also, first they had back-to-back 3 rounds. After that, they lost 3, but then they replied back by getting 4 back-to-back rounds in their favor. And once again, the back-to-back round conversion were also there in the defensive side. So the entirety of Revenant XSpark was looking really promising in this entire map of Lotus and Pearl. A 2-0. I'm sure this is going to hurt the plus of Team Asterisk, but this can also be the catalyst which forces the plus of Asterisk to realize what mistakes have been done and maybe next time come back much stronger by rectifying all those mistakes.
You know, I'd have to say that those rectification of mistakes is necessary, and also at the same time the adjustment, adaptation and the settlement of Deathmaker in the role of this lurker sentinel style, it's been so good, specifically on this map. When Revenant XSpark were on the attack, this guy was constantly taking space towards rubble, constantly creating question marks. Wherever his team was going, he was on the other side, but also coming to save his team almost on all those occasions. Yes, even though the attacking halves were a bit more shaky, a bit more left-right, it was also because Asterisk were on the defense and they're much more comfortable on defense. But also Revenant XSpark then closing things out in a bit more of that advantageous note. That was only because of how Deathmaker was able to make plays like these. I mean, you're just not supposed to win out the duels like that. This guy, not just winning one, but multiple in those situations, meant a constant threat of backstab on Asterisk. And they were just not able to deal with it on time.
Well, certainly they were not able to deal with the force of Revenant XSpark. They were just one step ahead every single time. The entirety of Revenant XSpark, because if you look at Deathmaker, he was 23 in 12. So many moments were there where Revenant XSpark was really shining, especially if you remember one of the rounds where there was a round where Asterisk Simple did shine. That was round number 3 where he was able to convert a 4K. Antidote, Deathmaker, Rockfield, Georgie. They all were shut down by Simple. But other than that, I don't see any individual heroics also from the side of Team Asterisk.
In terms of first kills, they were very close to Revenant XSpark, just one away. But in terms of post plans, yeah, that's where the trouble begins. 6 out of 8 for Revenant XSpark, 3 conversions out of the 5 plans for Asterisk. Now, they were able to take those 3 rounds, but after that, yeah, it was again the same story. Revenant XSpark having a good raid, winning on those duels, understanding that Asterisk were now playing a bit more slow. So they just stopped pushing. Like, it's fine. Take your time. We're going to take our own time as well. And let's have a look at the MVP of this map. I'm pretty sure it's going to be Deathmaker. With how he was playing, how he was controlling the map. Yep, that's going to be it. 306 ACS. That is crazy.
I'm sure you guessed the MVP by your own self and there was no help from the producer. But like you said, 306 ACS and 204 damage per round. Perfect stats being showcased by Deathmaker. He's one of the best Viper in the South Asian region. 29.8 headshot percentage and 3 first kills. This guy was doing so much. Be it the Viper Spear, be it the Snake Bite, be the defense or the attacking side. Every single time Deathmaker was making sure that his presence was felt in the server. And Asterisk, they were just not able to deal with the entirety of Revenant XSpark, especially Deathmaker.
They were not able to. Cannot be more correct on to that one. Wave this time stepped up big time. IGL. Just when we thought maybe Antidote is the only one who's stepping up, Wave decided that it's fine. I'm going to do the exact same thing. They did see some plays from Icarus, Simple, but they were just not consistent. Near this time as well, having an ACS of 200. You know, every player which I was thinking, it's even more impeccable for them to perform so that Asterisk could force a map 3. They did perform, but then the rest of the players, they had to take a back seat. Now there's this thing, right? This is the consistency that I talk about. You see Revenant XSpark Yes, Georgie had a rough day today, but Rafuel stepped up. Antidote stepped up. Aziz always performs. That's the consistency of the player, right? So Deathmaker always performs. That's the consistency of him. We can't really say the same thing about Asterisk. In map 1, Yash was just playing out of his mind. Simple on the Yoru was playing out of his mind. But the rest of the players were struggling. In this one, Yash was there. Yes, that's a good consistency. Wave stepped up, big time. Kudos. But then Simple fell back onto that breach. Just felt that it was not a role for him. Or rather, I think so maybe they could have given him the Yoru itself, maybe sent someone else on breach, Icarus as well. Yes, he was there in certain rounds. He was there, but in terms of those constant frags, in terms of those constant wins, constant duels, that's where Asterisk is a bit more lacking. So I think so maybe just refining their own skills a bit more in the range, maybe working together as a unit on attack. That's where they'll need a bit more, you could say, polishing. So I'd have to say, in terms of those attack callings, they can try and find a bit more depth, but I still am very hopeful for this team because they are in split one. They're doing fantastic job. The pressure is at an all-time high on them. So even in these situations, getting so many rounds, certain times ending the half in their favor, those are some small wins, but those are necessary wins.
Of course, they are the necessary wins, but like you said, Georgie was underperforming, but I think he was getting those assists. Yes, he was not able to win those 1v1 duels, the important frags were not there towards his side. But in terms of the assist, I think Georgie was providing all the intel, all the information which was required.
Yeah.
His ultimate Nightfall also did provide a lot of value to the players of Team Revenant XSpark, except for that one round where the entirety of Asterisk were able to dodge that Nightfall. But yes, he was still providing something. And same goes for Simple also, because if you look at the stats, he has got 8 assists and his stats are better than Yash. Yash was, if Yash was getting those first kills, he was the first one to be picked off also so many times. So that was also a problem.
That comes down as a duelist, mate, right? You're the first one to take
Yeah.
those fights. So certain times you will win, a lot of times you might not win. So it's absolutely fine. It's more of a push and pull thing between these duelist players, but that's okay, right? Whatever happened in the previous match happened. Now Asterisk, they've learned a new thing. They'll eventually utilize that in the next few games that they'll have, while on the other side Revenant XSpark are still carrying that same momentum. Right now should be on top of the leaderboard, but maybe not for long, as the next match is going to be between Velocity and they'll be taking on the Apes, the who OGs out there. I am really excited for that one matchup, Shadow. I know that you also want to ask me a few more questions, but there's certain people who want to ask some questions from Antidote. So you know what? Let's just not waste a lot of time. Quickly throw onto that interview with Anti.
कैसे हैं आप? How are you?
Hello guys, I'm good. How are you?
Ah, perfect. man.
बहुत ज़्यादा अच्छे.
Antidote, yet again, एक और दिन, एक और victory. But Pearl, जो लगा था थोड़ा आसान हो सकता है, वहाँ दिक्कतें कहाँ आ रही थी आज?
पहले ही बता रहा हूँ कि we started strong again. ये जो प्रॉब्लम है वो हम लोग फिक्स करने वाले हैं कि आप अगर हम लोगों का पहला भी गेम देखोगे कि we have already started strong, then somehow कुछ rounds, individual mistakes, silly mistakes या communication कुछ की वजह से they came back and वो हिसाब से हम लोग वो वापस राउंड ले नहीं पाए and we ended up on a 7-5. तो 2 राउंड का डिफरेंस था फर्स्ट हाफ में, if I'm not wrong. बट इवेंचुअली डिफेंस में जाके हम लोग अपना जो प्लानिंग था, अपना जो गेम प्लान था वो करके वी सिक्योर्ड द मैप. सो आई वुड से कि लंबा टूर्नामेंट है, लंबा जर्नी है. इट्स स्प्लिट 1 स्प्लिट 3 तक. तो मैं चाहता हूँ कि मेरी टीम टूर्नामेंट के अंदर ही इम्प्रूव करे और ये सारी चीजें इंडिविजुअली मेरा जो चीजें है इन टर्म्स ऑफ कॉलिंग, इन टर्म्स ऑफ मैनेजिंग द टीम एंड एवरीथिंग, वो सारी चीजें इम्प्रूव करूँ और जब पेनल्टी में टाइम आएगा तब दिखा पाऊँ कि what we are and why we are rated so high.
And मेरा इसी पे एक बस फॉलो अप क्वेश्चन ये है, पर्ल के ऊपर रहना एंड जेट कॉम्पोजिशन कुछ ऐसा जो इंटरनेशनल मेटा या कहीं यूज होता नहीं है, तो उसके पीछे का आइडिया क्या है?
देखो एक टीम अगर आप बनाओगे या एक टीम को आप अगर देखोगे, लीड करोगे, तो आपको जैसा मेरा अंडरस्टैंडिंग है कि समटाइम्स यू हैव टू फॉलो द मेटा एंड समटाइम्स आपको आपके प्लेयर्स को देख के भी कुछ कॉम्पोजिशन रन कराना चाहिए ताकि सब कंफर्ट जोन में भी रहे, उनको मजा भी आए एंड अब मुझे जो डिजर्व रिजल्ट्स है, मुझे जो चीजें कराना है वो भी हो जाए, एवरी टाइम मेटा फॉलो करना मतलब एक टीम के पास वो होता नहीं है. आई कैन सी, इफ आई अगर मैं कोई टीम को देखूंगा कि ये लोग इंटरनेशनल टीम ये ऐसा मेटा फॉलो कर रहे हैं, बट मेरे टीम पे वो चीज है नहीं, मेरे टीम में कुछ दूसरा चीज है, तो मैं वो चीज नहीं फॉलो कर सकता. मैं उसको ज्यादा फोर्स नहीं कर सकता, तो कि आप किसी जगह पे भी नहीं रह सकते, ना रिजल्ट्स आएगा ना वो मेरा प्लेयर अच्छा खेल पाएगा. तो समटाइम्स वी ट्राई टू फॉलो द मेटा एंड समटाइम्स वी ट्राई टू डू आवर ओन, ताकि कंफर्टेबल में रहे.
I agree with that fact and अच्छी बात है, कंफर्ट जोन को रिस्पेक्ट देके खेलना जरूर चाहिए. बट इफ यू टॉकिंग अबाउट द कंफर्ट जोन इटसेल्फ, जॉर्जी इज अ न्यू प्लेयर जिनको कंफर्ट जोन के
Yes.
अराउंड अपने आप को खुद को डेवलप करना है. कहाँ से ढूंढा है
Yes.
और किसकी रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी थी जॉर्जी को पिक करने की और इंक्लूड करने की टीम में?
वेल हम लोग का जब लाइनअप बन रहा था, जब बात हुआ था और के साथ, एंड जब हम लोग कंफर्म हो गए थे, तो हम लोग को ऑफ कोर्स हम लोग इंडिया में वी हैव दैट, नॉट इंडिया, द वीसीएल सर्किट, वी हैव दैट लग्जरी टू गेट 2 इंपोर्ट्स एक टीम में. एंड हम लोग के पास ऑलरेडी अजीज था, जो कि पिछले 2 साल से ऐसे में खेल रहा है और उसको ऐसे का सब कुछ
जी.
पता है. देन तो दूसरे इंपोर्ट की तलाश में हम लोग थे, और इंपोर्ट का मार्केट इतना स्मॉल था वो टाइम पे कि
Okay.
जो रोल्स में मुझे चाहिए प्लेयर्स, और जैसे मुझे अच्छे ह्यूमन बीइंग्स चाहिए, अच्छा टीममेट चाहिए, तो वो सारी चीजें को देखते हुए हम लोग ने, मैं, कोच, हमारे मैनेजर रियो, हम सब ने, इंक्लूडिंग द टीम, सबका ओपिनियन था. एंड टू बी ऑनेस्ट, वो जॉर्जी वाज अ नो ब्रेनर, बिकॉज ही प्रॉब्ली, आई वोंट काउंट अजीज एज अ फिलिपिनो, बिकॉज वो मेरे साथ
Oh.
ये थर्ड ईयर है, तो वो
Yeah,
आधा इंडियन
same.
बन चुका है.
Yeah.
तो आधा इंडियन बन चुके हैं. बट अपार्ट फ्रॉम अजीज, प्रॉब्ली आई थिंक जॉर्जी इज द बेस्ट फिलिपिनो प्लेयर इन द वीसीएल सर्किट, एंड नो ब्रेनर कि वो मेरे टीम पे आएगा. तो इन टर्म्स ऑफ फायर पावर, इन टर्म्स ऑफ मैच्योरिटी, इन टर्म्स ऑफ एक्सपीरियंस, सब कुछ देगा. एंड सो वो इजी पिक था. बाकी उसको लाने के बाद उसको कंफर्ट में लाना, उसको होमली फील कराना, बिकॉज एट द एंड ऑफ द डे वो इम्पोर्ट है, अपना घर सब कुछ छोड़ के हम
True.
लोग के इधर आया है खेलने. तो वो सारी चीजें किए हम लोग, एंड वी करते जा रहे हैं. एज आई सेड, लंबा टूर्नामेंट है, आगे आगे और भी
जी.
इंप्रूव करेंगे और भी अच्छा खेलने की कोशिश करेंगे.
That's it, and I really hope कि और भी ज्यादा टीम ब्लूम करे और भी अच्छे रिजल्ट आए. Thanks a lot, Antidote, and congratulations for the victory and best of luck for the future matches.
Thank you. And also, guys, before I go, I want to give shout out
जी.
to Asterisk. They are very good, like they are young players, and उनके पास बहुत ज्यादा potential है. And वो ऐसी टीम है कि वो कभी भी कुछ भी कर सकती है, और कोई भी टीम को शिकस्त दे सकती है. तो आई लाइक टू गिव अ शाउट आउट टू द यंग बॉयज ऑन एस्टेरिक्स. आगे भी मेहनत करें और बहुत अच्छा खेले. थैंक यू गाइस. चीयर्स टू यू गाइस आल्सो.
Thank you, Antidote, and yeah, best of
Wow. Sportsmanship at its best. That's such a heartwarming moment. Antidote also giving a huge shout out to the opponents themselves, right? Understanding that they're also a very solid team. It's the first time that they're here, struggling a bit, but at the same time trying to do their best. It's super. Now that's where you could say that he's one of the most experienced guy in this entire scene, Shadow. And that experience is also showing up.
Of course, he's a very experienced guy, but like you said, I was also touched by the way he gave a shout out to his opponents, because sometimes you really have to appreciate the opponents, even if they lose, even if they win. If they play a good game, you have to appreciate, you have to boost their morale, and that is what Antidote was doing, because Asterisk definitely they are a force to reckon with. But looking at the next matchup, we have got the players of Velocity Gaming and Orangutan coming up against each other. But before I ask you the prediction for the upcoming match, did I ask you about the prediction of Revenant and Asterisk?
Nope,
Because
you did not.
I don't. Okay, that's the reason Asterisk lost.
Huh? Wow. Who do you think is going to win in the next one?
Velocity Gaming.
I think so. It's probably going to be VLT as well.
Or
2-0,
you just
no
jinx
idea.
VLT.
I kind of want to see that to go to the third mapper, man. That is one of the most awaited matchup for a long time now. VLT up against the entire lineup of Orangutan. It's Helef and the boys. Well, it's rather Hawks and the boys moving up against the other team. But it's absolutely fine, ladies and gentlemen. That match will be up after the short break. Don't go anywhere.
Spike down mid. Spike planted. One
Bienvenidos a Madrid. Eso no. We are here. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota. Le di la razón al que me quiso ver bien. Lo soñé en mi habitación y ahora en primera me ven. No te hablo del avión. Vine por mi cinturón. Voy a hacer que recuerde mi nombre. No me importa cuándo ni dónde. Yo por esto la sufrí y aposté por mí como el doble. Yo no sé lo que es perder desde el 2000 y pico. Y si fallo, detrás tengo a mi equipo. No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota.
One enemy remaining. No more. Mission.
No confiaron, pero mira, no. Llego con los míos y la grada explota.
Spike down C.
No confiaron, pero mira, no.
One enemy remaining.
Llego con los míos y la grada explota.
Spike down B.
गिव अप करी नहीं है इतने फ्रैग उठ गए
Y'all sit back and watch me speak. About to take over your screen. Talking bulls in 93. Talking mom, I'm on TV. Y'all know all I do is me. All I do is me. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and all I know, my money green. About to snap and make a scene. My cup off and make this free. My cup off and make them scream. Go back off for TMZ. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch me speak. Y'all sit back and watch. Watch me. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Money wrong. Nothing on credit. I got style. Don't catch no feelings. All this bread. Ain't got no lettuce. I got style. Don't catch no feelings. Watch me. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. Sit back and watch. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, if it ain't got style, I ain't with it. I ain't with it. If it ain't got style, I ain't with it. Look, watch me. Sit back and watch. Watch me. Sit back. Sit back. Watch me. Sit back and watch. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. Sit back. esta casa não tem porta nem morada. As janelas são fechadas.
A. One enemy remaining.
Renegade, Perisco, 24. Let him move love on the kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an OB kit, room, boom, up 400, that's roll. Cut through C100 deep and move. Get lifted, body new, get cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body up another on me, oh, double nine. Telephone cut that rain. Shout out my son for the rain though. Anyone cut my line. Running fist fire, scare no rest. Go pop one ring, go break one bench. I pop missile, if I wish I put one pistol on my head. What's poppin' and poppin', love in the morning. Blue come over to come in the morning. Vogue in the flick, poster forming. Confident boy run a halo on me. Jealous in the envy, all fill up in the air. I be hitting a minute more when I'm on the air. Y'all boys so pitiful, wanna be my pet. Oh well, good boy, catch a bone on the stair. Renegade, Perisco, 24. Let him move blood on the kick home. Pedal on a pedal with an OB kit, room, boom, up 400, that's roll. Cut through C100 deep and move. Get lifted, body new, be cool. Let's do flat over your head. Body up another on me. Oh, scared of my life. Green pet flavor. Take all the vibes. Right side center. Pesky side. I need to spin it. Blind with the face, spin relay on this light. We gon' see where to take off. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1. I am the chosen one, that's how I feel. I ain't tripping on rewind. The blessing I got from the angels around me are really some A1.
I'ma fight by the team. If it comes, I'ma die with it. Casualties, casually to any adversaries. If it's necessary, I'ma go and come and ride with it. Let me welcome you to my legion. If you mess with us, we gon' put you on a t-shirt. Never take a day off, what's a leisure? Squad's always up, this team on stream work. Chalo fir aa jao sare, ek mare fir ek wale gare. Sare mere bantar bhave, registan mein bhi hum nadiyan baha de. Chalo sale de bahane wala tana mat jab hum aa jaye samne. Aur kare tere wale, mere meri team mere piche kya karega tu chabe. I said I got your back, 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 back. I said I got your back, 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 back. I said I got your back. In my team we adapt, we a family from around the world. We are back, you can never take us down, and that's a fact. All we do is improvise and attack. I said I got your back. I said I got your back. I got your back. I got your back. And I said I got your back. I got your back. I got your back. I got your back. And I said I got your back. I got your back. I got your back. And I said I got your back. I got your back. हम खड़े से यहीं ऊपर आसमान नीचे जमीन पूरा है अब हमें यकीन बढ़ते रहना आगे और चढ़ते रहना ऊपर साथ मेहनत है और हमारा जमीन तुझे होना कभी जीत की तरफ है बढ़ते जाना लड़ते जाना कभी माननी है हार नहीं we work hard and we play hard चाहे जितना भी दिखे हम कभी चलो करें मजे I said I got your back, and my team we adapt. We a family from around the world. We are back, you can never take us down, and that's a fact. All we do is improvise and attack. I said I got your back. rise in attack.
One enemy remaining. One enemy. One enemy remaining.
Looking at the world from the eye of the horse. If you Alexander the Great, then I am the force. Coming straight from the mud like I am a loner. So हाथियों का बल कैसे सकेगा तू मुझे रोका? देख तू कैसे मैं लड़ूं, तुम लोगों से ऐसे मैं डरूं. करूं मैं जिससे मैं तरुण, पानी पे चलूं मैं जिससे मैं वरुण. चाहे मैं जीऊं या मरूं, जो करना चाहूं मैं वही तो करूं. आता है तू ना करीब, तू बेटी चीप, जब तक कटे ना तेरी ये जीप. Better believe you're gonna bleed. Pick up a seat, get in your team. I'm the king of kings, brother in arms in a battle. You all gonna die if you act like a vandal. Bring the realms to reality from every angle. This is the public service announcement from Mumbai to the rest of the world. I am the Raja. I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. My eyes, what do you see? I'm more than average, man. I'm a maverick, I can grow flowers on a barren land. Break a mountain with my bare hands and step back and cause a literal avalanche. Should've won about is traveling. अष्टभुजाएं मेरी जैसा मैं tarantula ना है कोई तोड़ मेरा जब से पूर्वजों का ज्ञान मिला. मेरे जैसा मिलेगा कोई ना तू और चाहे जो भी था सकी कबर मैंने खो दिया. तुम लगाओगे बोलियां कम पड़े गोलियां. चंद्रगुप्त में मौर्य या दिला तू लोरिया. Come to me and you just gonna die. That's really a given. I am invincible and you are invisible. See, that's really a difference. Get out of my way, I'll leave the world. The choice is yours. I don't kill my enemies, I play with them. That's what the toys are for. From Mumbai to the rest of the world, I am the Raja. भिड़ेगा तो उठेगा जनाजा ना. तू मेरी तरफ आना. आ गया तो होगा फिर तनाजा ना. ये भारतीय भाषा फिर दुनिया सुनेगी ये तराना ना. 'Cause I am the Raja. 'Cause I am the Raja. I am the. 'Cause I am the Raja. Put your back down on your knees with your history. Put your back down on your knees. I am the. Put your back down on your knees with your history. 'Cause I am the Raja. Cause I am the Raja. I am the. Cause I am the Raja.
Spike. Thorns down.
I'm hiding in the cold night, running till I barely feel my feet. Wanna see it through my own eyes. There's no going back, and I'm not afraid anymore. 'Cause I know I'm gonna be the last one standing. Yeah, I'm not afraid anymore. Yeah, I don't wanna wait anymore. I'm ready to
Welcome back everyone, you guys are watching VALORANT Challengers South Asia 2025 Split 1 and my name is Shadow. Joining me on the desk is going to be Aladdin for the next matchup, which is going to be Velocity Gaming versus Orangutan. And Aladdin, what are your prediction for the next one?
Well, thank you so much for having me once again. And for this match, definitely I am going to pick Team Velocity Gaming as the team looks in a momentum. 2-1 was the scoreline when they played against SATUL. And on the other side, it's Orangutan versus Revenant. It was Orangutan versus Revenant Esports previously, and Orangutan, they lost against them. So that's one of those that's one of those factors that I can say that is going to bring a lot of momentum towards VLT side.
Well, that could be a possibility because looking at the performance of OG, Haven is one of their strong map where they played against the plus of Asterisk and it was a 13-1 scoreline. But Split is a map where OG has been struggling a lot, Aladdin, because if you remember, when they played against the plus of Revenant XSpark, it was a 10-13 in the favor of Revenant. So there are a few weak maps like Pearl and Split. Do you think Velocity is going to exploit and maybe pick Split and Pearl today?
Well, definitely those map picks are going to be there, and Team Velocity, they will try to ignore one map, and definitely that is the map of Ibis, because against SATUL, when they played on Ibis, it was a 2-13 score line. There's one thing that I'm pretty sure about this, that Velocity will ignore this map. Other than that, they can try and pick the other maps, for example, Lotus and Haven. Haven is going to be their strong map because when they played on this map, it was 13-1 or probably 13-0 scoreline from their side.
Well, it was at 13-3 for Aura and 13-3 for ROG. Heaven indeed is a strong map, but let's have a look at the roster of the team. SK Rossi is there, Lightning Fast, Russ, Madeline and Tamara. Tamara, a superb addition in the team, but recently we have been seeing that Russ and Madeline, even they're also stepping up big time. So the entire roster of VLT is looking super strong to be a strong contender for the grand finalists and maybe lift a trophy. Looking at the highlights also, you can see that how many more times Tamara goes for this clutch moment. 3Ks, 4Ks, every single time this guy is doing that.
Absolutely, Tamara was just insane with that Neon, and in the attacking side, VLT was making sure to get all those rounds in their favor, and up against Aura, this team dominated, and it was the map of Lotus, it was the map of Pearl when this team performed really well, but Team VLT, can they bring the same performance when Team OG will be in front of them? But considering that Team Aura and Team OG, they are a lot different teams in terms of experience. Team OG has a lot of experience, and when we talk about the coordination, definitely Team OG will have that that coordination as well.
But the problem, Aladdin, is that Lotus, Pearl, Haven, these are the maps where VLT shines the most. But Orangutan on the other side, they really struggle on the map of Pearl, they struggle on the map of Split as well. But Velocity, they have a 100% win ratio on all these maps. Looking at the roster of OG, we have got Hawks, Venka, Makabli, DC and RVK. Even RVK, if you remember last time, this guy was doing wonderful.
Absolutely, Hawks, Venka and Makavali, the responsibility will be there. Makavali has to step up big time. Previously, we saw some struggling games from his side. On the other side, if we talk about RVK and Hawks, they also shot some good Valorant. But all in all, the coordination has to be there because the kind of team velocity is you have to play all your cards. You have to be crispy with your aim game. You have to be very clear about your coordination and about your stats as well. And on the other side, VLT, they have practiced a lot. They made a lot of mistakes. They had enough time to rectify those mistakes, and now when they are going to play the matches against Orangutan, they have to show that their practice was there on point.
They have to show it. Is going to be really important. I think the most crucial thing is going to be the map veto, that which maps OG is going to pick, which map they are going to ban. I think they should go for an insta ban on the map of Lotus, because Lotus is one of those maps where it's impossible, close to impossible, to defeat the players of Velocity Gaming, since the composition which VLT brings on these maps is also very strong, especially on the Pearl. They go for a Chamber, Teho composition with Fade and Neon in the mix and Astra. And on the map of Lotus also, they bring that Chamber, Breach, Fade, Neon and Omen composition. But looking at the head-to-head between SK Rossi and DC, seems like SK Rossi is having better stats.
Absolutely, SK Rossi with 67 eliminations and 203 ACS clearly has better stats than DC. DC, he also loves to play Chamber, but his pick is a one-time pick. On the other side, 15 plus first blood by SK Rossi. I think these just stats are not that much justified as SK Rossi picked Chamber 3 times. It's like 3 versus 1 pick comparison where DC picked Chamber only 1 time.
Yeah, he played Chamber only one time, and as Rossi as Chamber has been doing wonderful. As a Cypher also, he has been doing really great. So yes, the stats are already saying that SK Rossi is so better, especially with those outlaws, those headhunters, those Thor de Force, those operator. He's known for those sort of things. But recently we have been seeing that even Russ is also making some sort of plays. Midlane is also stepping up big time. So many possibilities are going to be there.
Absolutely. There's one thing that will stay consistent is Russ playing on Breach, because throughout all those maps, Abyss, Lotus, Heaven, throughout all those maps, this guy loves to play Breach. There's only one thing that is static in that composition. Although Medlin, he comes up with some different plays on the map of Abyss. He played on Teho. On the map of Lotus, he played on Fade, and on Haven, he played on Sova. So he comes up with a lot of different roles and different agent selection as well. But SK Rossi, the classical chamber is something that we need to see from his side. On the other side, Orangutan, let's see what kind of composition they are going to bring on this map, and what is going to be the first map. Map Veto is yet pending. We have to see what are going to be those bans and picks. Definitely, as I mentioned previously, there's one map that team Velocity will avoid, and it is the map of Abyss.
Because they played it once and they lost onto it against SA12 Esports, and that was a 13-2 defeat in the favor of SA12. The entire scoreline was. So yes, that is one of those maps which VLT needs to little work on it. But let's have an interview and directly go over to the interview.
बातचीत करते हैं. वेलकम गॉड स्पीड एंड वेलकम होस्ट ए कैप्टन. आई हैव टू मेंशन दैट. कैसे हैं आप दोनों?
बढ़िया बढ़िया.
बस आप थोड़ा सा मतलब जब भी ऐसा स्टार्ट आते हैं आप थोड़ा सा ऐसे बहुत शांत स्वभाव के हैं, आप काफी सॉर्टेड आउट रहते हैं. मतलब वो शिकस्त नहीं दिख रही. अच्छी बात है कि नहीं दिख रही, भले ही एक गेम इससे पहले खराब गए. आज के लिए प्लानिंग क्या है, खासकर कि आपको पता है यू हैव बिन नो कंप्लीटली नो गॉड स्पीड कैसे अपनी टीम को खिलाना पसंद करते हैं?
एज सच कुछ प्लानिंग तो नहीं है, बट मतलब पता तो है गॉड स्पीड को भी पता है मैं कैसे खेलता हूँ, मुझे पता है गॉड स्पीड कैसे खेलता है. तो अच्छा गेम होगा, अडेप्टेबिलिटी पे होगा, जो ज्यादा बेटर अडेप्ट करेगा.
अच्छा लास्ट आज तो ऐसे सैटरडे था, मुझे लगा था थोड़ा एनर्जी होगी, होप्स कल पार्टी वार्टी करी होगी आपने, बट चलो कोई
पार्टी की उम्र चले गई है मेरी.
अच्छा बट वैलोरेंट चल रहा. अच्छा मेरे को एक ये ऐसा थोड़ा अटपटा सवाल है, जॉब ज्यादा सेटिस्फाइंग लगती है या वैलोरेंट एज अ प्रोफेशनल प्लेयर खेलना?
वैलोरेंट जब सैलरी मिलती है.
मैं बोलने वाला था ये पैसे का एंगल थोड़ा सा हटा के बता देते, बट चलो ठीक है फेयर. गॉडस्पीड, मैं तो पहली बार मिल रहा हूँ आपसे, गुड टू हैव यू बैक हियर. एनीथिंग स्पेसिफिक फॉर टुडेज गेम और जस्ट प्लेइंग ऑन योर बेसिक्स एज यूजुअल?
Taking it game by game as usual.
कोई स्पेशल स्ट्रैटेजी या कोई कॉम्पोजिशन कुछ नहीं?
नहीं.
का सा लीक
कुछ होगा लीक कैसे को तभी तो करें.
चलिए परफेक्ट. फीनिक्स, एनी फर्दर क्वेश्चंस?
हाँ मतलब अबिस पे लास्ट टाइम जब उन्होंने रॉसी से भी मेंशन करा था, उन्होंने ये चीज बात करी थी कि ठीक है अबिस इतना प्रिपेयर्ड नहीं था. तो आफ्टर दैट पर्टिकुलर लॉस क्या अबिस पे थोड़ा सा फोकस कराया गया या फिर अभी भी परमा बैन रहने वाला है वो गॉड स्पीड?
जो है सो है.
ये मैं नहीं सोच पा रहा हूँ गॉड स्पीड आज कैसे जवाब दे रहे. बिल्कुल वन वर्ड. मुझे दूसरा गॉड स्पीड ज्यादा पसंद था. चलिए कोई दिक्कत नहीं. गॉड स्पीड होप्स हैव अ ग्रेट गेम. बेस्ट ऑफ लक फॉर द गेम्स एंड थैंक यू फॉर जॉइनिंग अस.
थैंक यू. गुड लक.
थैंक यू.
Brutally honest, crisp and clear. That's how the interview was, and it was definitely a fun segment for all the people watching out there. And Aladdin, I'm sure you also enjoyed the responses which Hawks gave to Fritz and Shivansh.
Absolutely, I loved the interview. A kind of chill they were in the interview. I hope that they will be chilling in the game as well. But I hope that there will be some seriousness as well, because this is going to be another important matchup. Velocity Gaming up against Orangutan. I think if you talk about the predictions, I can say that this is going to be a 2-1 scoreline, because Velocity Gaming, no doubt, they are very aggressive. They have that experience. They have that potential. But Team Orangutan, they have shown their potential in their previous games. So this is going to be one of those games where I am in a certain doubt. So I would like to ask you from you, Shadow, what are your predictions for this match?
I think it's going to be a 2-0 in the favor of Velocity Gaming. Every caster do agree that is going to be a win for the Velocity Gaming, but I feel it's going to be a 2-0 because looking at the stats, every single map is a strong map for the players of Velocity Gaming except for the one map, and I think it's going to be an insta ban as well. So the chances of Velocity doing a 2-0 are very high.
Okay, but the map Veto is still not on board. So let's see what are they going to do. Are they going to ban Abyss or not? As their coach already mentioned, they're not prepared for this one. SK Rossi also said that in Hindi he said हमने तैयार किया नहीं इसलिए हम लोगों ने अच्छा खेला नहीं. So let's see, are they going to prepare for this match or are they going to ban it? But let's move forward towards the map Veto. And as we mentioned, VLT, the first ban was Abyss as they were not prepared for this match. But on the other side, Lotus, Haven and Pearl, a bit different map Veto this time.
Lotus was bound to be there. VLT, one of the strong map has been Lotus, but Haven is also not that weak for the players of VLT. Pearl, once again, a very strong map for VLT and not so strong for the players of OG. So the entire map Veto is looking like it's in the favor of the players of Velocity Gaming. So for sure, I think that Velocity, they are going to win this one, but 2-0 is something I am hoping for. I'm sure all the OG fans are going to hate me.
Absolutely, but as we move forward towards the Asian composition, Venka bringing in that Teho and Euro composition is gonna be there with the Breach, and Hawks is playing that Breach, but Neon is being picked by Tamara. Lightning Fast is an Omen, and SK Rossi, the classical chamber, is there, meddling with Fade and Russ on that Breach. No changes whatsoever.
Yeah, the composition, no change, but comp pick percentage is 100% for VLT. Even the map win percentage is also 100%. They have played it twice and both times they have won it.
Hawks is
Attack
playing.
and defense, both are really strong for VLT, Aladdin.
Absolutely, but Hawks is playing on that Breach for the first time. He has to be very accurate with all those flashpoints and the fault lines. You know that it's really important. The aftershock has to be timed perfectly, otherwise you can damage your own teammates.
Of course, it has to be. The timing is also always going to be really important, and I'm sure Hawks is going to do something about it. But for now, OG, they are starting on the attack and VLT on the defense. The first task is going to be really important for the players of OG. For now, they're going for that C mount control, where RVK might be creating some question marks towards the A side.
Absolutely. One player to take information towards the A side, but Lightning Fast, he's going to push aggressively. The paranoia was there, but the fault line was timed perfectly. But Tamara, as he pushes forward, Venka shuts him down. Although 4 of the players, they were tagged by Fade and they were blinded as well. And yet, VLT, Tamara, he got eliminated as SK was found by RVK. A lot of damage was given to SK Rossi. But a nice TP towards the side. SK Rossi survives for now. But a lot of player of Team VLT, they got damaged. Not a lot, but SK Rossi was damaged. And on the other side, OG, look at the HP of their players.
3 players on a very low HP. Still doable for the players of Velocity. Russ is still having that entire tree control. Trying to way towards the B side, but this duel is going to be important. And Venka and DC finds 2. Lightning Fast gets a
30
trade.
seconds left.
But SK Rossi and Lightning Fast, only 2 players remaining in a 2v4
planted.
situation. 1 bullet is what they need
Last
to connect.
player
Just
standing.
1 shot. But Venka is going to get that 1 shot onto Lightning Fast. So 3k for Venka. And DC finds the last one, SK Rossi. And seems like this pistol is going in the favor of the players of Orangutan. A good start indeed.
Can you even punch a ghost? Who cares? I'm doing it.
Good start. A very good start by OG. They need these rounds. They need these early rounds to put all the pressure on Team VLT. Because there's one thing that can get them like a guaranteed victory, and that is if they push a lot of pressure on Team VLT. Because VLT, under pressure, they do underperform sometimes. But for now, a bit more tension towards the side, but VLT SK Rossi pushes forward, takes Makavali down. And now he moved back towards the safety. That was good. Taking all that advantages in that save round. And once again, look at this. Damara, as he found one player, he falls back and Hawks. It traded instantly. Took down SK Rossi. A 4v3 situation. They're taking their guns back. They don't want to give these weapons to their opponents. But once again, when they move towards the C side, Madeline is still there.
Solo anchor towards the C side. And for now, the entire team of OG is trying to
Ross.
go all the way towards C, but no. Seems like it can be a B hit. OG is still trying to create few question marks. The dark cover is stopping the players of OG. They don't want to push the smoke, respecting the dark cover.
A bad idea.
All the way towards the B side, but look at the position where Lightning Fast is. Like you said, it can be a bad idea, but seems like the position was anticipated.
Look at Ross. He's behind them. He is behind them, but Ross, as he missed his shot, but finally he connected it. The spike is down, and they don't have the time. VLT versus OG, a 3v2 situation it is. The relay board was there. Damara, he moved forward, they took one down, and Damara finishes the deal as well. A good position from Russ's side. That's all Team VLT needed. And they converted a thrifty round towards their favor. Once again, OG was doing so much. They were trying to create so many question marks that they confused themselves.
Well, they were, but I want to point a fun fact to you, Aladdin, that if you remember the very first roster of VLT, when Valo came into the picture and VLT came up with their first new roster, that time in that roster also, pistol was something which was not a strong suit for the players of VLT. It seems like that is still sticking with this organization. Pistol rounds are not their best thing.
Absolutely, although they did win the first pistol round, and SK Rossi, he realized that lots of players are there. Information was taken, but no shots given whatsoever. Once again, a heavy C execute is going to be there, but Lightning Fast, he had the Vandal, shuts down DC. Advantage is there. All the players are committing towards the side. But with the pistols, Hawks found two. Damara with that Guardian taking instant trades out there. Just some crispy aim duels out there. Nothing more than that. No utils being used. Entering the side through the smoke, that was a bad idea. But OG, they pretty much gave up in this round because they had no weapon advantage.
They didn't had any weapon advantage. They lost onto the entire eco round, so it was a save round for the players of Orangutan, and very comfortably Velocity was able to convert the second round in their favor. It's a 2v1 in the favor of Velocity, and now overdrive of Damara is also just 1 point away. Venka has got his own ultimate online, but SK Rossi with that outlaw can definitely give a lot of damage because the entire team except for Hawks is on half shields.
Absolutely.
So, perfect weaponry in the hands of SK Rossi to deal with such sort of situations. Once again, trying to get the information. Rossi having that mount control. That was quick.
He wanted to take one of the players down with him, but Damara, as he peeks two of the players, Makavali shuts him down. Once again, a push towards B is something that we're expecting. Armageddon was being used, but no benefit whatsoever. Medlin, as he peeks, he takes on Makavali. The control is there, the plant is there. Lightning Fast, look at his position. This can be very crucial. DV4 it is. SK Rossi through that gate, he wants to take someone down. SK Rossi found a RVK. The situation is even now. And Medlin use that prowler to the perfection. Once again, the Fortland being used, and DC, man oh man. Making sure that Team VLT suffers in this round. He took 2 of the players down, and that's it. That's it. Madeline was not enough for the entire team of Team OG, and that's how OG got another round.
2-2 is the scoreline, and now we have got a technical pause. It has to come every time, but I'm sure all the technical issues will be fixed very soon. But like you said, OG finally equalizing the scoreline, and it was really important because when you lose the entire eco round, the confidence little bit goes down, and OG, they're not ready to bow down at all. DCs from the shadows is also just 1 point away. Rolling Thunder is also 1 point away, so the entire ult progression of Orangutan is looking really good. But the two win conditions which the players of Velocity are having are the overdrive and the operator in the hands of SK Rossi. Somehow OG needs to find a way to dodge both these things, and maybe there can be a possibility of a third one coming on board for the players of OG.
Absolutely, you did mention something important, and that was the operator, SK Rossi. He is deadly with that operator. He's so deadly with that weapon. And once that operator will be gone, if they lose this round, he will have his ultimate as well. So Team OG, they have so much to deal with. But on the other side, now we're going towards some back and forth battle with Team OG. They're definitely showing that they have the edges in the previous rounds. But a technical pause is there, something that we all hate, something that we all dislike. But it gives a lot of time to VLT and Team OG to think about. If you look towards VLT, a couple of ultimates are there that are close to be ready. Like from the shadows is there, one kill away, 1 point away. And on the other side, Tamara with that magical finger, he's ready. But this is one of those rounds where both the teams will go towards a rifle heavy round. Most probably OG will attack, and OG will try to go all in.
They will. OG will play this round very carefully because they do realize the gravity of the situation. They do realize the importance of this particular round. But like I said, if they really want to win this one, they need to dodge that operator and that overdrive. And let me tell you, the Mara has been fantastic as a neon on the map of Lotus, especially with that ultimate overdrive. Stopping him is going to be an uphill task for the players of OG. So let's see what's going to be there in the minds of Orangutan. I'm sure they are already prepared some plans, some sort of plays are being cooked. But if OG really wants to win on this one, Makavali needs to step up, because as a Yoru main, it's his responsibility to use that dimensional drift, gate crash, everything, the entire util kit to the perfection, because Yoru can bring so much advantage on this map, especially on the attacking side.
Absolutely. Previously, when they were against Revenant XSpark, Makavali was not stepping up, unfortunately. His score was 12-17. 12 kills and 17 deaths. That's something that you don't expect from the duelist. And on the other side, Hawks, he was doing all the heavy lifting. So in all those 3 maps, unfortunately these players were suffering a lot, but Makavali has to step up. But as we move forward, we have a very short break to announce. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be right back after this short break, because the technical pause is yet not over, but the game is still there. So wait for that, and we will be right back.
everyone to VALORANT Challengers South Asia 2025. We are having Velocity versus Orangutan, and seems like all the technical issues have been fixed. It took us some time and we do apologize for that, but now we'll have a smooth game between VLT and OG, and joining me on the desk is going to be Aladdin. So Aladdin, it's an even-Steven scoreline. Whom do you think is going to get the next round?
Well, the momentum is there towards the OG side. Winning the previous round was definitely very difficult from them, but they still did it. And Velocity, a bit of pressure is there, but they have so many things to play with. They have the ultimate from the Mara side that he can use if the round gets crucial. They have that operator that Team OG has to somehow deal with it. But for now, the operator is there. But look at the planning in SK Rossi. What was that? A no scope from SK Rossi. That was crazy. Velocity making sure that the confidence gets shut down. And SK Rossi, once again, he was about to be there, but it was the Yoru fake that he tagged with that operator and Damara as he found that trade. The advantage is still there towards VLT.
Of course, the advantage is going to be there. Numbers advantage. Then also SK Rossi is having a zoom towards the post as well. Overdrive also there. Rolling Thunder being invested from the side of Orangutan. But Damara with that overdrive finds Venka and Makavli both, and the entire team has been shut down. Just one single ultimate of Damara and a 3k for him. An easy peasy round for the players of Velocity Gaming. Once again, VLT, they're back in the lead. And OG, seems like their economy has been broken one more time.
Absolutely. The momentum was definitely towards OG's favor, but it was towards OG's side, but VLT, that operator shot and that trade by Damara definitely gave the upper end advantage to VLT. And now once again, they're looking so promising. They have to make sure that they secure this following round and then convert the next one as well. Because VLT, once you give them the advantage, then it gets very difficult to take it back. Look at this. Look at Damara. He's just going all in. The relay board was there on the target. Damara found another. He does not care if he gets concussed. He does not care if he gets blinded. One after another. The player of Team OG are going down. And now, as Damara found the fourth one, OG loses another round. A 4k from Damara's side.
Of course, a 4k of Damara, an easy round for VLT. Back-to-back 2 rounds being converted. Once again, full buy round for the players of Orangutan. This time RVK is having neural theft as well to get that information, but for that he needs to find the first pick as well. But no major ultimate on the side of OG. There, on the other side, VLT, their ult progression is looking really good. Even Nightfall just 1 odd point away. Once again, Damara going super aggressive, but a good reveal from the side of VLT. Lots of information has been passed on. Fort line Prowler on the back of it. OG gets 2 of their own, and this time Aladdin, the numbers advantage is with the plus of OG.
Absolutely, a 3v5 it is. The fake was used to take all that information. They know that one of the players on the backside, SK Rossi, he was coming from the flank, but RVK shuts him down, and Lightning fast. Look at his position. Madling and Lightning taking one after another, and Madlin, he's just madman. 3 players down from the same angle. A crazy show of gun skill. And after that, the ultimate being used. He has all that information. They have the spike. They have the men advantage. The numbers advantage. And RVK, he has no idea. He has no clue where all the players are. Look at this. Behind that smoke, as Lightning was waiting, Lightning shuts him down and secures another round. But what a play by Madlin. I want to see those highlights.
We all want to witness that action one more time. But once again, OG seems like they are pushed onto the save round. It's just only 1 Stinger and 1 Sheriff and 3 Classics. Nothing else. There should be an easy 6th round for the players of Velocity, unless OG they do pull off a thrifty round. But seems like That's going to be highly unlikely unless the players of Velocity do give close range fight to the players of OG. Early trouble control to the players of OG.
Gotta go.
Be cautious from the side of Damara. Once again, the fourth line play coming into the picture. And Damara finds one, Damara finds second, Damara finds third, and maybe Damara finds fourth.
Oh my god. Tamara, this guy is a different breed.
I'm out of here.
Is he gonna find the last one as well? He has that information, the brawler being used, and an ace from Tamara's side. Emoji, they have so much pressure now, and Damara making sure that Emoji remembers his name.
This guy, Damara, a great addition. I repeat once again, like a broken record. On the map of Lotus, if you really want to win against the players of Velocity Gaming, you need to shut down Damara. You need to find a way to shut this guy, and that seems highly unlikely at this point. Once again, the overdrive is there. Should be a 7th round for the players of Velocity. OG, a half-buy round for them. The C-mount control is there. But RVK trying to create few question marks towards the A side. The solo anchor SK Rossi is there, but he's enough to deal with DC. A dry peak and instant punishment.
Absolutely, the operator is placed towards the C side, but look at 3 of the players moving towards B. I mean, wrapping around from B side. And in front of them, there's only RVK, and he gets dealt with. RVK, he faced 3 of the players, but now guard itself are being used on SK Rossi. SK Rossi got eliminated. The side control is there, and now they're moving towards the spawn. But look at Madeline. Look at Madeline.
One enemy remaining.
He's gonna find 2 of them, and then the third one. Once again, a 3K from Madeline's side. Oh my god, round after round, Madeline is just shining. This is one-man show, and that one man is a madman. Madeline.
This peak, this dry peak, although the dark cover was there, but the timing was not there.
One enemy remaining.
And after that, it was Madeline show. Back-to-back 5 rounds to the players of Velocity. 3 rounds remaining in the first half. There should be an 8th one. This time Damara pushing the A rubble and already going for DC. Shuts him down. The fault line is there. The relay bolt is there. Venka does get one. But will that be enough to reward them with one more round? Because they don't have the economy. It's only pistols and a guardian. And no major utility. No map control. Look at lightning fast. His position has been compromised though. SK Rossi is also there. His position has not been compromised
Oh my god.
yet.
Look at Damara and Ross. Look at them. Once again, repeating the same script. But this time around, Venka, he found one, but he got traded by Damara instantly. That's not something that they wanted, but it's okay. It's alright. The man advantage is still not there for anyone. A pivot towards the C side is definitely gonna give them a lot more easy side, but no. This is something that's not gonna happen because SK Rossi, he is rotating out with that operator. And we all know that he's enough with that one weapon. But Makawali with that dimensional drift. And SK Rossi shifts back to Shorty, shuts him down. The ultimate gets eliminated. Makawali gets eliminated. The ultimate got wasted. But look at this, lightning fast, wrapping around from the doors. Now a 2v1 it is, 3v1 in fact. Hawks can do nothing but give another pick to Damara, and round after round, VLT going towards that win. An 8-2 situation in OG, that definitely, and a lot of pressure after that timeout, after that technical pause. VLT, they just shifted their pace.
It's done, Aladdin, I'm telling you. This map of Lotus is going in the favor of the players of VLT. The way they are bringing in the domination and the way OG is not having any answer. OG, they are on the attacking side. This should have been their half. But looks like
Time to jump.
it's entirely Velocity's game. Once again, Eskirossi all the way towards the C side. The C mount control is there. But Eskirossi, he has been shut down. DC finds him. Lightning Fast gets a trade onto Hogs. 1v1 trades are there, but Lightning Fast and Tamara. Tamara, how do you stop him?
Oh
How
my
do you
god.
stop him?
It managed to take two of the players down. Another advantage goes towards them, but the Prowler, as it gives information, Madeline follows it and takes on RVK. An easy win for VLT once again. A 9-3 is something that OG is looking for. A curse to put on Team VLT. They do have that weapon disadvantage, but enough weapons to work with if they look for those early picks. Those early on picks are very important. And as VLT is pushing round after round, you can come up with a different plan. But once again, look at Eskirossi with that ultimate. Dodge that fault line. Do not peek him. Do not peek him. He can be dangerous. OG now they're moving towards the B side.
Oh, paranoia. A perfect paranoia, Aladdin. And Damara finds one, but Makavli gets two of his own. Eskirossi gets one more. The trades are back and forth. That paranoia was so precise and perfect. The timing was there. Russ gets one more. Maybe Medvin can also get one. After that, Venka will be the last one. And yes, Venka is the last man standing. This is a 10th round coming for the players of Velocity. OG, they were denied a complete site control. They were not able to even take the control of the site. Although Venkat is having his own ultimate, but I don't know how much that ultimate can help him out.
This is how we stand.
Finally, the ultimate being invested. Armageddon. At the back of it, no value at all. And Russ swings out along with Medlin, shuts down Venka. The 10th round goes for VLT. A 10-2 swap. The last I saw, it was Fnatic who were able to stage a comeback from such a score line. I don't know if OG can do that, especially on the defensive side, because Lotus is an attack-centric map. And staging a comeback on the defensive side is going to be really difficult, especially from such a score line. But that paranoia outside the B main was so important, so critical, that really rained on the parade of the players of OG. The smiling faces of VLT and OG under tremendous pressure now.
So much pressure that they have to work with. On the other side, VLT, if they win this special round, it will be over for Team OG. As this is the last hope for them. Because after this, a follow-up will be there. And 11-2? Not 11-2, in fact, 12-2 is the scoreline that we cannot come back from. But now once again, Eskirossi moves forward with the headhunter. He found Makavali. He eliminated him. The blind was there, right on target by DC. He took Eskirossi down, but the situation is still a 4v4. And once again, a pivot towards the C. No one is there towards the C side. In fact, RVK was there. But look at this. Damara, as he moved forward, he had no idea that RVK is there, holding on to his ground. But the guided servos, as they denied the plant, once again, Team VLT is forced to rotate.
30 seconds
Still,
left.
they have 3 players remaining. RDK finds Lightning Fast. Russ gets one. Still a 2v3 situation. Look at the HP of Hawks and DC, down to 22 and 40 HP respectively. Still a possible situation for the players of VLT. It's all about
One
the timing.
enemy remaining.
And Venka gets the timing. Now it's done. It's done. It's going in a favor of OG. And Venka lands the last blow onto Raz. The 3rd round for OG. They have managed to secure the pistol round, but like I said, pistol has never been a strength for the players of VLT.
Absolutely, they lost the first pistol round, but after that they did convert their save round. So is this going to be another conversion? They can try and push themselves on some stingers and look for those close fights, as this is something that I've seen some pro teams doing. But once again, early A control, A double control from the side of Team OG, but this can backfire as well. The paranoia being deployed, but he gets stunned as well. And look at this, Damara pushing forward with that shotgun. He's insane, but Magawali, he shuts him down instantly. All these players are there as Kerossi finds the head of Magawali. 2v2 situation, for 2v3 it is.
One enemy remaining.
And look at this. One after one. A situation is down to a 1v3. And OG, they convert this round for themselves as Russ was the last man standing.
Do what you're here to do.
Once again, the economy deficit is going to be there towards OG as they lost 3 of their weapons.
Yes, I do agree. The bonus won't look that comfortable for the players of OG, but it's going to be a buy round for VLT as well. Outlaw, once again, hands up his Kerossi. But OG, these 2 rounds are still giving them some hope of a comeback. The attacking half didn't go entirely in their favor. Maybe on the defensive side, they have got few aces up their sleeves. Could be possible. But this time the rebel control was completely given away by the plus of OG. VLT having that control now. Hawks just ready with his util, just in case. And suddenly a change of pace from the side of VLT. I think VLT has realized that this is a stacked up site. Still trying to bait something out. The entire side control is still with the players of OG at this point.
Locating target.
VLT did not want to take any sort of risk, Aladdin, if you notice. That's the reason they have suddenly slowed down their pace. But finally the tree control is there, and the paranoia, the flash, and lightning fast finds DC. The trades are coming, and Hawks with the aftershock finds lightning fast. A
Oh my god.
blinded Hawks shuts down Damara.
He was paranoid and yet he found one of the players. In fact, he found Damara, the great Damara. But once again, VLT turning the tables, taking those trades towards their favor. A 3v2 situation. The weapon advantage is still there. RVK, look at him. He found one, found another. The crispy Guardian aim. But once again, RVK with the 3k shuts down the entire team of VLT. No answer whatsoever Team VLT had. And RVK, one by one, OG's players are stepping up.
There's certainly are, and that's the reason that VLT, they have called for a timeout, because back-to-back 3 rounds have been lost, and VLT doesn't want this map to be stretched anymore. They want to close this one as soon as possible. Few mistakes were there, because if you notice, Hawks, like you said, he was completely paranoid, and despite that he was able to get one, and that too with a sheriff, and one with his aftershock. That's the reason this timeout has been called. The coach is definitely going to guide the players at how they can find some sort of value in these situations and deal with the players of OG, deal with the aggression of OG. And maybe after the timeout, we can see this map closing in.
Absolutely. But how can we forget the previous round? Hawks, he definitely surprised Damara. But RVK, man oh man, 3Ks with a Guardian. When your opponents had pistols, when the opponent had rifles. Now Team VLT, they're forced towards some stinger heavy round.
Time for regret.
And that's something that we saw previously in the pro teams, the gameplay. See, it is something that this team is expecting, but when Gus shuts down Rossi, they were expecting the same thing from their opponents. And VLT, as they were planning to push forward, the drone is going to get a lot of information. Akavali, look at his position. He was placed in such a beautiful angle. Found 2 players. went back towards the safety, and his teammates were enough to shut down the entire team that was left behind. VLT gets another round. In fact, OG gets another round. But VLT, the pressure is gonna be there on them now. They do have some good weapons, as the previous round was the save round, or maybe a light buy round. But now they have those full buys. Some Vandals and Phantoms are in play, but look at SK Rossi. He has that Operator, that magical weapon. But Operator in attack can backfire as well.
The possibility is there, but it's SK Rossi. I have a complete faith on him. This time, VLT going for
Tamara, be careful! What are you doing?
I mean, why?
You cannot walk like this. You're walking down your opponents like this, and this was something that was unexpected. But RVK, it shuts down Ross. The round is still not over. 3v3 situation it is. SK Rossi
Spike planted.
moving towards the C-Link with that Operator. Hawks, if you peek, you get eliminated. RVK has to play some different moves. SK Rossi still waiting. RVK casually walking outside the smokes. But DC, look at him. He was towards that angle where team VLT was not expecting. And it's a 1-2 situation. Lightning fast, gets stunned, falls back. Spike is being diffused. A high-low setup that he has to work against, but unfortunately he did not. Teams like DC was on towards that position that team VLT did not expect any of the players coming from. And VLT, they got surprised.
Oh, they definitely got, especially the Mara. Getting off guard. See, this was not
Oh my god. Unfortunate.
He wanted to use some sort of a util. The Dark Hour was also there, but the timing was not there. The Dark Hour was a bit late. And unfortunately, the players of OG did find a timing onto the Mara. But mistakes like these can cause the entire map to the players of VLT.
Play, let's play.
Once again, a save round for VLT. It's only 2 stickers and pistols. And
Oh my
Makaki
god.
shuts down SK Rossi. This is not what OG wanted. SK Rossi wanted. And OG really wanted to shut down SK Rossi.
A complete shutdown. A shut-up call from his side. But VLT, the hop is still not closed. Makavali has all that information. Venka once again finds Tamara in the high gear. And Makavali, he gets taken down by Madeline. And Madeline, he is not stopping. Found 2 of those players. It's a 1v1. RVK with that ultimate. Information is given to him. But Ross has that rolling thunder to play with. Does RVK has any idea that Ross has the ultimate? But do not peek, but he peeks and shuts down. In a thrifty round, VLT can watch another victory.
The 11th finally coming for the players of Velocity. A much needed round. But a heavy round, in fact. They lost on to 4 of their players. Somehow, they were able to convert this one. It was not really a very convincing round for the players of Velocity, though. Once again, OG, they do have a full buy round, and so do the players of Velocity. The ult progression is also looking really great for the players of VLT at this point. The rubble control, a good reveal. Let's see. Venka with a stealth drone.
Face your fear!
Get information, the Nightfall. Being invested, Makavli gets Russ. Tamara gets a trade as well. It should be a 12th one for the players of ELT. And look at the position where DC is trying to find one, but seems like that's not going to happen. Tamara's aggression has been shut down, and Maitland finds DC.
Right,
a 2v3 for the players of OG, and Medlin is going for the plant. A 2v3 retake, and seems like Aladdin will be taking a little bit of the breather for this one. And joining me on the desk now is going to be Scared Yet. Scared, are you scared for the players of ELT? Because I so am at this point.
I was up for a series, but as soon as I joined, oh my, Lightning Fast was able to land in a nasty shot. It's all down to RVK. 30 HP, just a couple of bullets is all he needs to take down those players. The smoke is going to be creating the problems for him, and Lightning Fast eases his pain out by picking him off and also picks up the operator for the next one. So as soon as I joined Shadow, it seems VLT just woke up. Need one more round to close it all out. OG, they eventually raised our hopes by showcasing that they've got something left. They can
One enemy remaining.
maybe push this map into the OT. But alas, seems like that hope is
Crushed.
lost. Yep. Very thunder by Hawks though. Want to try and maybe catch in a couple of people. No one to play behind that ultimate. They could not eventually catch anyone. Tamara should be able to catch one. Catches the head of DC. The Sheriff is just not good enough for Venka. He tried his level best, but it eventually seems they're crumbling. They're falling down. Hawks with the headshot ding right now is not enough to take Damara down. He gets a 3k in the round, and it's all down to just one RVK. He's clutched it multiple times. The phantom moment was there, but SK Rossi is crispy with that operator. Aladdin's question, that is the operator good in attack, has now been answered. That it indeed is if it's in the hand of SK Rossi.
Of course, indeed, it is always SK Rossi. This guy, give him anything, be the outlaw or the operator, be the attacking half or defensive half. He knows how to get the value out of it. And this time, Velocity versus OG. See, let's be honest, it was pretty much decided that Lotus is one of those maps where VLT shines the most. So it was bound to happen. But yes, I was happy to see that OG did give a tough competition to the players of Velocity Gaming, especially in the defensive half, because attack is where OG was struggling the most. They got only 2 rounds in the attacking half. Had they had more rounds in the attacking half, maybe this could have been a very close series.
I was about to say the same thing as well. You mentioned how OG gave a competition to VLT. I was begging to differ, because when the halves were in the starting of the first half of the game, we could clearly see OG struggling a lot on their attacking side. They just lacked a lot of ideas, velocity as well. They, after relying on a couple of their strategies, couple of their strategic plays, just decided not to go forward with it, because it was basically just rinse and repeat with the members of OG. All they needed to do was send in a member or two for that look, who would eventually clear the rest of the backlines out, and that's what really helped them. Over towards the attacking side when VLT moved in, yes, there were some couple of hiccups. I did see that. Sometimes even Damara just running out forward in towards the C main, towards Mount. I wouldn't exactly call that an entire mistake, right? Because he was just baiting himself up for his teammates to be successful. It's more like setting his team up for success by just putting his own body on the line. There were many certain moments, but eventually it came down to how well can you land in those shots. And Damara clearly showcased his skills with Bucky. Probably created a lot of those highlight plays.
I was just waiting for you to appreciate my technical skills, but never mind. Moving on, yes. Few good plays were there from the set of VLT, especially in the attacking half, where they, especially in the defensive side. VLT's defense has been really strong on the map of Lotus since the very first time we saw this roster play, especially Damara. This guy, mid lane, both of them has been wonderful, especially on Lotus. OG had no answer to them. They were not able to reach into the defense. So many mistakes were there. But so many great plays were also there from the side of Hawks. Because if you remember one of the moments where Hawks was completely paranoid, and despite that he was able to take down one of the players from the side of VLT and one player through his util, that was Aftershock. Few mistakes from the side of the Mara did cost VLT 1 or 2 rounds, but they need to rectify those mistakes before the grand finals, because VLT is proving to be a strong contender to qualify for the qualifiers of the Ascension. So yes, VLT, they need to work on those small little mistakes, and after that I think they are good to go.
I think so. At this point, they just really need to put Venka on that duelist. So that OG might be able to bring in some good competition. But for VLT, yes, just a few mistakes. But even after that, you can clearly see the consistency that they have in terms of the first kills as well, having 11, while 9 for OG. Post plants, 2 out of 5 conversion for OG, while VLT, they just needed to plant the spike 4 times, converted it thrice. That was much more than sufficient. They got better post plant win percentage as well at the same time. So, of course, All these stats clearly showcase the story that VLT brought, but at the same time, you know, it kind of does not do the justice to the members of OG, who eventually put up a decent fight once that half swap, getting those 5 rounds constantly was actually the key for them. But eventually the key to victory for Velocity was definitely Damara. 386 on that ACS, 5 first kills, 229 damage per round. This man never fails to impress me, Shadow, and he is the main reason why VLT mostly has a smooth sailing in almost all of their matches.
Here's the thing. His foes are also getting impressed by him. That is how Damara is playing. Not just his team and the audience, even the foes in the lobby and the server are also getting impressed with how Damara plays. Venka being the MVP from the side of OG with 17 and 15, 216 ACS, 4 first kills. Venka was also great as a Teho, but Hawks was also doing really great. 10 and 15 and 14 assists is what he has. It's just that the entire team of OG really needed to capitalize on the information which Hawks was getting for them, and that was kind of missing in the entire gameplay.
I'd have to say yes, and also it, you know, eventually comes down to the practice that the players have with each other. We've seen multiple times, and Hawks in the interview as well is saying the same thing. His players are busy with their own life. Venka, both, he himself working the job as well, so they don't really have a lot of time to practice together, which directly results in the plays that we normally see, right? Those set plays, or playing on the back of each other's utility, being snappy in the moments itself. We've seen so many times, even on the international tournament, in the international stages, where people mention that one of the big reasons for their success is how quickly can players utilize the utility of their teammate, right? Like how well is the initiated duelist synergy going? How quickly can you play behind each other's utils. So that's the main part about it. But ladies and gentlemen, you know what? We've still got a couple of maps remaining potentially, and which will be up in after the short break. A dominating performance in map number 1 has resulted in VLT having a map advantage over Orangutan, but can OG push back and force us for a map number 3? We'll figure that out after the next map is over. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to be your host and caster Scared. Alongside me, we've got Shadow. Shadow, first map, yes, of course, VLT's pick, they won that, but now it's going to be time for Haven, and that is an OG pick.
Although it's an OG pick, but the stats of Velocity Gaming are really good on the map of Haven. They have played it 3 times, once against the players of SC2L, that was a 13-8 victory. Once against Aura, that was a 13-3 dominating victory. Once against ROG Academy in the open qualifiers, that was a 13-3. So even VLT, they also look really strong on the map of Haven, especially on the attacking side, because that is where they shine the most. But for the players of OG, I think they have played Haven only once against Asterisk, and that was a 13-1 victory. So I don't know, maybe OG can steal this one in their favor.
Highly possible, to be very honest. If they want to force map number 3, they will have to steal this one away. And also one of the key players whenever we talk about OG has always been Venka. In terms of that duelist role, in terms of the frags that he does, regardless of what role he's playing, he's always on top. But I personally feel that he's much more comfortable whenever it comes to that duelist role and not on any other, right? Be it any initiator, be it any sentinel. I remember he was playing on the map of Pearl and the agent was Vice, and he was struggling quite a bit there. So I personally feel OG should put him back onto the duelist, maybe to win this one. And it also seems to be the case because Venka is apparently now playing the ISO. So I do like this composition again. The ISO with the Yoru. OG, they played this map once and they've picked up the exact same composition. While talking about VLT, that's exactly what they've done as well. The stats show this. They've also got the map rated as 100% for both of them. And in terms of the rounds that they actually get on defense, OG has played a very solid defense with this comp on this map. So my question is, what's going to happen when Damara's go Neon is now going to strike the brick wall of OG?
Of course. Like you said, VLT, they are starting on the attack, and OG, they are starting on the defense. Haven is also one of the 3-sided map, and OG has been struggling on the 3-sided maps.
Yeah,
Lotus being one of them. VLT, they have got a strong hold on these sort of maps. Basically, VLT has a strong hold on every single map, except for the one which they haven't practiced yet.
Yeah, that's the map of Abyss. Hopefully, we'll probably see that in the future, maybe when they've practiced it well enough. But for now, Orangutan on the defense, VLT on the attack, stacking up towards B, while VLT are just moving in down the garage. There's no one to actually stop them out there, so it's going to be a triple flank play. Seaside entirely empty. There's just only a cam that will eventually have been used for the retake. But it's fine. That's a very quick play, though. I don't think so anyone anticipates OG to be this far close forward as Venka catches one. Quickly with the double tap is now able to run away. Tamara wanted to just chase down, and that's a little too presumptuous through those smokes. In an attempt to equalize the odds, they dip even further in favor of OG as Madeline is also pretty low in that HP. They slow it down, and the timing is just brilliant. DC as well with the support. OG with such a fast flood retake, able to secure the pistol round for themselves on this map of Haven.
A good start for the players of OG, but I repeat, pistol has never been a strong side for VLT. And I'm sure by now even the players of Orangutan has also realized that, because in the previous map also both the pistols went in the favor of OG. But after that, VLT was able to convert one of the thrifty rounds in the save.
Bucky.
That's the reason the Bucky investment is there. VLT is looking for a thrifty in this one.
They're always looking for a thrifty in almost every other round, but it seems like this time they've anticipated what kind of play Damara wanted to go forward with. That's why a triple stack towards A. There's a trip fire in the garage again. As soon as it stripped, we're apparently going to see the peak coming in from RVK, maybe. DC. All the way far back though. This time, by the way, DC is playing on the Cypher. RVK on those smokes. Venka got for that one headshot, but Damara is now going to play another look. Double player set up in down the window. If Venka decides to jump forward, he is getting welcomed by 6 different bullets. And seems like it's just not necessary. Madeline quickly upgrades to a ghost, but it was all but a ghost. Flash goes down, hooks. Decent amount of utility. A couple of players bruised out. Good reveal though.
But Tamara and Lightning Fast answer back really well, but with the spray down and support of Hoax. DC survive, 5 HP on Damara with the outlaw. Can this man do wonders for now? He almost did. Caught one, but Hoax will do the damage control. OG. Man, I was almost getting the deja vu of the previous map.
Almost they got it converted. But still, it's a win-win situation for the players of VLT, Scared, if you notice, because the bonus now is not looking really great for the players of OG. They have to go for a buy. And it's going to be a full buy for the players of VLT. Anyhow, it's a win-win situation. The outlaw investment from the side of Makaveli, I don't think is going to provide much value to them, because the entire team of VLT is having full shields. Scrappy buy indeed from OG. Let's see if they can replicate the same performance. This time going for an aggressive A hit. A long control already established by the Mara. But it is a stacked up side.
Yeah.
4 players all the way towards A.
But again, it's not the best weaponry out there apart from Venka with the Vandal and Makaveli with the Outlaw, but there's absolutely no one with the half shield. That's the strength of VLT. They do understand these small intricacies and are always adamant on getting those adaptations on point. Just holding it down as well. Waiting for OG to maybe make a play, maybe make a mistake. All drones are now going to go out for that information. Hoax has not got his own though. It's just going to clear out quite a bit of that space. There we go with the fault line along with the paranoia combination. Damara, he's entirely blinded though, but Phil still managed to catch one as DC. Make sure that his shenanigans stop right there. Venka needs to win the duel in. The Sivers will not be able to do so. It's all down to SK Rossi, but the damage has been done. Hoax, 27 HP, quickly tries to retreat back. The individual being awarded, and it's going to be won by SK Rossi. But his HP is not enough. It's already down. Spike out in the open cage. Used up. Rossi picks it up. Outlaw in the Makaveli's hand as he lands in. The shot right onto the body. SK Rossi not able to clutch this one out, and a bonus conversion for OG.
Scrappy buy is what OG had. Seems like OG, they have really prepared on this map.
Stacks.
Yeah, it was a stacked up side, but despite that, back-to-back 3 rounds.
Cutting through.
And that too in the defense. VLT, they need to find something out of the box. Once again, the fault line play towards the A-long. But that was just a fake.
But here's the thing. VLT has got a lot of stingers on board along with Tamara's Bucky, and it's been very successful in the run towards the B side to hit. Oh my goodness, on a swivel, Tamara's been taken down. RBK had to make that play. And a fantastic job at that as Madeline almost wanted to take him down. Venka just shuts him out, and that's just a meat grinder on the B side as RBK shuts them down with a 3K. Great answer from OG.
Zero 4. Have you ever seen VLT in a 0-4 situation?
Yeah, we have on the map of Abyss.
Except for that one.
Wow. I mean, you asked for one, so I gave you the answer.
Never mind. You win this one. Let's hope VLT also win this one.
Wow. Just say you want to see a 2-0.
I really want to see a 2-0.
No
Hold on though. For now, it seems that Makaveli is going to do a 1v5 in front of him. So many people. Misses out on his shot. Gate crash available. Holy smokes, Makaveli. And no scope onto a running Neon is just madness. Utter disrespect onto that guy. The overstaying is crazy. Hunter's Fury used up now. He's already tagged one but cannot catch the second tag. Will finally figure out where the Sova is. That's just the way how Sassy uses his ultimate. Smart maneuver. Venka concussed up, and on the back of that, lightning fast peaks, and they've got so much utility.
to hold this one down. Machiavelli is going to run away down to 18 HP, and so will RBK. Just going to run it down, save that weaponry. Lot of pacey hit from VLT.
The thing is, they need to do it 3 more times. Only then we are going to see an equalizer coming in. Because there's still 3 rounds deficit. But finally, they have been able to break the momentum for the players of Orangutan. That's a good thing. And also, the economy is also flourishing now for the players of ELT. It's looking much better. But Thunder's Fury was really important and did give the perfect value also to mid lane. Mid lane, this guy has been fantastic in every single map if you notice. As a Sova or maybe on the map of Lotus, he has been a wonderful addition.
Time to jump.
But Damara once again having his own overdrive. And just a bucky investment because overdrive is what he wants to play on. A good reveal though from the side of OG, but despite that, Damara finds hooks, shuts him down. The solo anchor has been shut. Venka was also there.
Oh, fully blind, but it's fine.
Still unnoticed.
Yeah, as of now, he's going to survive though. Sends out the contingency, so now the position comes into play. Spam from SK. Rossi wants to find that angle. Will be winning that duel. Not just one, make it two. As DC on the side answers back. On the other side, no idea of Lightning's position in hell as they wreak havoc on the map. Velocity creating that chaos on the back of Damara's explosive entry. And then just going for those trades. A couple of smokes to maybe hold the fort down. But it's chaos where VLT thrives the most.
And they are thriving.
Last player standing.
Important rounds being converted by the players of ELT. Once again, OG, they don't have enough creds to go for a full buy. Half shields, and few pistols and few rifles.
Another fast hit over towards the A side. Damara. This time just holds it all down because it was all a fake. They do the exact same hit that they did in the previous one. The only difference is they only sent Damara alone. And that has basically pulled all the rotation towards the A side as Venka is going there. So it's all down to DC to hold down the backside for his team. Until everyone else hops in. Now there we go. The running Neon Rust still has got an aftershock available. 12 seconds for his fault line. As DC rules, he just gives up on the side. In his gear, Hunter's Fury preemptively used up, trying to catch at least one tag, but it does not work out. Venka 1-for-1 DC quickly answers back on that trigger as Damara will shut down Venka himself. Now the fast lane as well, Rolling Thunder being invested. It's all down to RVK as Damara styles over him with a 4K. Just typical Neon things, man. Slides down, catches his head, and then just keeps on running away. This is the strength of Neon Shadow, that you can play fast towards one part and then at the same time rotate over towards the other side. And that is very quick movement. You can't really do the same thing with either a Jet or a Raze or any other duelist. It's just that Neon things.
I do agree to that to somewhat, but I think Yoru can also provide a lot of value.
Yeah.
I
Yoru can
feel
do
that
too.
Yoru is not being utilized to the fullest by the players of OG at this point. Because the only agent I think which can counter the aggression of Neon could be Yoru with his gate crash or dimensional drift or with his TP. So many possibilities being there.
Oh!
But for now, it's a Neon show and this Neon is going to shut down RVK and Hawks, both the players.
They probably eventually called it for a save though. Venka is just one away for his own kill contract. So if he gets one, might want to go in for more. Venka catches one though, but will be shut down instantly. Damara catches him and Russ in the meantime will not let Machiavelli breathe at all. It's all down to DC. And he's not here to rule right now. Does want to, but random stray shots. The call is all going to be but to save. Lightning fast repositions out in the connector, and yeah, he's not catching anything. He'll be taken down. That's the last rifle going out of the hands. Another great round for VLT. You asked them to do it 3 more times, Shadow. It seems with the way how they're going, they might want to do it more than 4 or 5 times.
Seems like a Neon montage. Or how to play Neon on the map of Haven. Because it's an entirely Damara show, if you notice. Every single time this guy is providing those entry, taking down the side tankers, lighting fast, watching out for those lurk plays in case if there is any from the side of OG. A perfect laid out plan which VLT is executing every single time. Once again, OG push back to a save round, just a bucket in the hands of Makavli. And this time, VLT, they're going all the way towards the C side. Here we have DC along with his setup. The tripwire is there, the cam is there. And one tripwire outside the garage. It's going good to be a slow C hit. Recon, the fault line, the dark cover, everything set up. And now they have the entire side control. Seems like OG, they have to play this one on the retake.
The call from Russ has been so picture perfect. Every time he's just basically getting his team on an open free side. And even those fake hits, they always catch OG. Going in for those rotations. Now, with the flash TP play, Bucky in the hand, DC still catches one. Into the classic though, Madeline lightning fast, working in unison. And Russ washes the hands in the flowing river. With that, they finally get the lead. VLT, they make it look so simple. And trust me, it's not. It's just the amount of practice that this team has been doing constantly in those hits. Yes, for the first few times, OG were able to catch them. But then Russ calling in those fakes, getting those setups, and then Damara doing Damara things. It's been very difficult for OG to handle all of that.
Go. Important round. A very extremely important round for the players of OG.
No distraction.
Spikes planted.
Seems like
Kill
they're going
contract.
to play on the retake. And yes, a kill contract is there. And seems like this time Venka is going to win this duel against Russ. Should be a clear, easy OG round. Because it's down to only 3 players. But if VLT do buy enough time,
One enemy
this
remaining.
can be their round. But seems like all the duels are going in the favor of OG. It's only Medlin remaining down.
Yeah,
Not
and he's
anymore.
also been taken down. Good round by OG, good retake. Individuals being awarded to them. Damara, he just overheated a little bit there, running down towards the spawn. Or out there alone. Hoax, he won the duel. That was an important one. Which eventually transitioned into Russ being taken down by Venka in the kill contract. Now the entire breach util was out of the way. It was all down to Lightning Fast 2, who eventually could not win out the duel in that B-link. But now, Operator still in play. One away Machiavelli from the Dimensional Drift.
Time to
I reckon
jump.
he's probably going to play aggressive towards that C-long angle. It's more of a 3-2 setup. Rather a 2-1-2, which slowly is changing. And this one recon, it has grabbed the attention of the members of OG as they hold down towards a lobby, constantly jump peeking. Oh, the slurk of Madeline. It could be crucial. He always finds these timings on the map of Lotus on that fade and on the map of Haven now on this Sova. 3 players, they're still ready for OG to answer back this hit. There's the tripwire broken. Oh my goodness, the fault line not used. Vinka, he'll be overwhelmed by the sheer numbers. VLT. Namara's position noted. Just a couple of ticks out there, and as soon as he pulls out the util, Hoax decides to peek, and it's all down to Madeline.
You know, 1v3 situation. Seems like a 6-1 coming for the players of OG. A good reveal and RVK across the boxes finds Medlin, shuts him down. And the 6-1 for the players of OG.
Yep.
Or as our Hindi caster Fritz likes to call it,
Don't.
half a dozen
Don't.
rounds.
Oh my god.
I have to say it, half a dozen rounds to the players of OG.
I'm glad I'm on the English desk right now. Otherwise, I have no idea how many times I would have heard that. But it's fine. It's fine. Right now, 4 major ultimates available for both of these teams, apart from just From the Shadows of Omen. Though sometimes that's used. Alright, Machiavelli. Bold of him
to not throw a gate crash and walk C lobby. That is just nasty. He's still holding that angle. The jump peek comes in as Damara quickly moves in, catches not one but rather two, make it three! As Hoax with the Hunter's Fury is able to answer him, but what can he do now? All alone, DC rules. Whose position noted. And now he's being hunted. Look at how deep that tripfire is. This is just nasty. This is dirty from SK Rossi. And guess what? Does not even matter. He'll hear everything and he'll land that shot on the skull.
Switching sides.
The half could not be any more even, and I'm pretty sure OG are going to be happy getting 6 rounds on defense on the map of Haven. Now the side swap and they are ready to attack.
A 6-6 half, and the pistol round is going to be once again really important. But I haven't seen VLT winning those pistols way too much. So should be a 6-7 in the favor of OG.
Wow.
I can see the future.
Can't really argue with that though, but so quickly Damara just moves on this Neon. Now this is the main thing, right? It always catches you off guard. People are so used to Jet and Raze on this map that don't really get how fast Neon can move. And that's probably what's catching OG off guard. That's why Damara is going 14. A control, 3 people playing there, 1 on C. Russ playing alone in the B link, rather the garage link. A tripfire now being used by SK Rossi just to hold down the garage. Push out though, but there's a hole in mid. Nothing to give them any kind of information whatsoever. Slow push out. It's a C split. While RVK alone sells out a fake. And on the back of that fake, alright, that trap play, it's been tripped. The spring trap now used up, but Stripfire is gonna give out some of the information to SK Rossi. Can't really play on back of it. Venka quickly activates the double tap now. Sends out the undercut. Needs to land a couple of shots though, but the aftershock is just gonna hold him down for a second. As he runs back to the safety of his team. SK Rossi now wants to quickly move for the pincer maneuver, but a good idea from re-clearing spawn. But it does not matter right now. Madeline answers back, not 1 but rather 3, who will be traded by DC. And OG get their pistol round. Shadow, seems like your predictions are pretty on point today.
What did I tell you? Is going to be a 7-6 in the favor of OG. I've got telepathy skills. I've got skills to see the future as well.
What's in my future?
I'm a really talented person, scared. You just don't know yet.
The narcissism
Because
is
you're scared
insane.
yet.
Alright, alright. Where is Madeline playing from?
Cutting through. Scanning ahead.
I'll tell you
Very-
later.
I can answer that question right now.
You never know. Maybe
No,
he's
I
somewhere
actually
else.
do. I actually
Maybe
do.
he's somewhere else.
No, he's not. I'll tell you the answer of that question once we see his camera one more time, right? Trust me, it's very funny.
Okay.
Hoax though. That owl drone tried to gather some of that information though, and he figured out the position of the camera.
Portal closed.
Nice shock dart to clear that util out. I would need to learn that lineup for my team though, but there's still a stack on the C side, and it's also a spring trap. Lightning Fast is ready with a paranoia if I'm not wrong though. It's just a dark cover. But yes, there's still a fault line in the hands of Russ. There we go, the first contact being made. Russ catches one, wanted to answer more, but the recon just revealing out the position of a couple of players who run back. They do not want anything of what they're selling right now. And look at the call of Russ, Shadow. Madeline is also running back. Damara sitting in the Sivers. He's giving every information to his team.
30
Hit
seconds
is going
left.
there, but the answer is going to be so ready. Madeline with a shock dart, almost catching one, but there we go. Damara with that Bucky. He always gets one. The aftershock delays them a bit as he catches a collide. And it's insane conversion for VLT. How do they always manage to do this in anti-eco rounds, and that when they're saving?
Pistol has been a weakness, and save rounds are the strength of VLT. They know how to pull off a thrifty. They know how to pull off a safe. Especially Damara with that bucket.
Thrifty.
He's always the hero in those thrifty rounds, if you know
This is nasty.
Last player standing. Shot it. Thrifty.
How do you get a collard through a Bucky, man? That's insane.
That's just Damara things.
Yeah, that's probably how busted Bucky is. Behind of Neon, but it's fine. Eskerosi now trying to play in his own cage though. 2 more seconds, it's gonna go out. Still will move back, trying to save the space. Damara this time will be taken down. Hoax and Marker will be just the pistols. Position noted. One traded. Second one not so good as Venka. Also the man who's super solid. Madeline wanted to go for the Hunter's Fury, but seems like his Fury this time it's not enough. Position noted, and an answer for a thrifty is always a thrifty with a 3k of Venka in this round.
What do we learn by fighting
OG pull back.
8-7, back and forth rounds are going on. I have a feeling this one can be an OT because the OG now they are in the attacking half and Haven is an attack-centric map. So maybe there is a possibility of this entire series will go in overtime and maybe we'll see the map of Pearl as well. That could be a possibility, but now OG they have got the dimensional drift.
Good luck.
And I don't see any major ultimate towards the side of VLT at this point. Neural Theft is just 1 point away. And also they don't have enough economy, enough creds to go for a full buy. Can be a 9-7. Damara gets an opening onto Venka and DC is going to answer back by getting a trade onto Lightning Fast. The entire bent play which VLT wanted to have has been countered by the plus of OG.
Who's next?
And look at it.
Cutting through.
In all of this, VLT, they have left A side completely open. The dimensional drift is going to give that information. On the back of it, they can go for an easy plan. The smokes are already there. It's a 3v3 retake.
Makavelli is holding down that close angle though, but not for long. The paranoia goes out. That's the pop flash play right onto the face as Damara. They'll be able to shut him down though. Unconventional out there, a bit too aggressive. Position revealed, but it's now a 2v3. How long can you hold them down? And Hoax says long enough as again in the smoke they move 1 by 1. And Hoax will hunt them 1 by 1. Shock dart for the first one. Russ just ran in with the util in hand. A big blunder out there. But Hoax was so ready to capitalize on the back of it.
VLT now 2 rounds deficit. That shock dart from the side of Fox was so on point.
Ready.
From the same position, he was able to get not just 1 but 3 players of VLT, and VLT had no counter to it. They just blindly walked towards him.
Oh
this time Damara with an overdrive is going to push C-Long. Gets 1, can get the second one. A good reveal though. A perfect reveal in fact. But DC shuts down the aggression of Damara, and Russ also goes down, leaving only 3 players. Euro theft being committed. Gives a lot of info. On the back of it, a pivot towards the C. The garage control is there. Tauldron is going to reveal the position of Madeline, the paranoia, and despite that, Madeline finds 1. Lighting Fast gets a second. RVK and Makavli gets 2 more, leaving Eskerosi in a 1v2 retake.
Spike planted.
I did like what Eskerosi tried to do there. He just pushed out all the way towards the A lobby to create a question mark in the minds of OG that he might be on for an early lurk or an early flank. Has he got a corpse around here? Yes, he has. Position now noted for both the players. Makavelli's got a TP to play around with, but Eskerosi, he just wants to isolate the duel. Will try to do the first one, but the peak timing of RVK is perfect. Individual was offered and he won that perfectly. RVK has been struggling on this one though, or rather the entire evening, but he's winning out on this crucial duel, 999, while the rest of this team is just on double digits. It's been a one-man show on the side of VLT though, I have to say. Damara 21-14, Lightning Fast, Rusk, both of them struggling 8-11, 5-11. It's
Should
gonna be a timeout.
The 11th round. Once again, I have a feeling that VLT might be able to pull off a thrifty round this time. be possible, but I don't see any major win condition. If not the 18th round, maybe the 19th one. But OG, like you said, they've already hit the double digit.
You know, Shadow,
Mhm.
I told you that I know where Medlin is playing from.
Mhm.
You see his camera is upside down, so it answers the question. And that too pretty simply.
Please elaborate that for me.
Nothing, he's playing from Australia.
Okay.
Can't really deny that it wasn't a good one. You know it was.
No, your jokes are really bad.
You laughed on that.
I laugh on Shivan's jokes also.
Doesn't matter. This was a good one. I'm pretty happy for that one. But for now, Venka should be pretty happy as his forced Madeline bunny hopping out of there. Doesn't want to hold down onto that.
No
VLT.
distractions.
Okay, there we go. Lightning Fast was picked up. Venka versus Lightning Fast. This is a nice duel. And Lightning will go for that crowd spray. Something you don't do on that long range, but it's fine. Venka capitalizing on the back of it. Holds down the angle though. Damara's position noted. Madeline on the back of it will catch one, and Madeline not just one but rather two. As Damara quickly jumps in, damage being dealt for the Bucky in his hand is no less than a judge. Hawks will be able to stop his pursuit, but for how long? He's got the information. Now he wins another duel. As he heard the drop of Madeline. Just one shot to the body is going to do the trick, but does he anticipate the ring around the rosy? The timing is perfect, and Hawks will win this out.
11-7 in the favor of OG. Seems like the map of Haven is going in the favor of Orangutan, the Apes. We are going to see a decider, a complete series now. To make things more interesting. Once again, Damara with Bucky. Every single time this guy is able to do so much. Even though it was a thrifty round, but so much damage has been done towards the side of OG. 4 weaponries dropped. Once again, VLT back onto the buy round. Trying for the 8th one. No major win condition. Except for that Hunter's Fury, which is just 1 point away. And this time OG, they are going for a B hit. Lightning Fast gets Venka, Damara gets Makavli. Back from 4 trades are coming in. Hunter's Fury being invested from the side of mid lane. And he gets the perfect value as well. And the entire shutdown of OG, a complete side denial. VLT was just prepared for this. A good read from the side of Velocity.
Good trades back and forth, as you mentioned. And then Madeline has always been catching at least 1 or 2 people with the Hunter's Fury. OG wanted to go for a very fast B hit. But again, even in those corners, Venka this time was not able to win out the first duel. A big problem. If I'm not wrong, it was Damara. Now that shock dart was used up to clear out any trip up close, but this time the trip setup is fairly different. None of them the same as it was in the pistol round though. Oh my goodness, the Paranoia comes in to try and save the life of one of his members. Rolling Thunder comes in. Venka, he is so dead in that corner. Everything thrown at him except the kitchen sink. And with that, now the advantage in the hands of VLT as they slow things down. There's still another trip that they need to deal with. So one of them has been taken back by Roski. No, it was destroyed. There we go. The aftershock comes in. Damara still ready to play on the back of that trip. A perfect blind, and on the back of it, they just really destroy the side of OG. Spike all the way down. RBK with a Vandal and a Dream to maybe convert to 1v5, which definitely is not happening. But the question is, can he save this rifle for the next few seconds? Seems like no for an answer as Damara just chases him down. You can't outrun a Neon on foot.
9th one for VLT. Slowly and steadily, they are showing a comeback. But this is going to be a crucial round. They need to deal with Hawks, Hunter's Fury, Makavli's Dimensional Drift. They need to find a counter to that. If they are able to dodge this, these 2 ultimates, then maybe there is a possibility of a 10th one coming on board for the players of ELT. And the hope for 2-0 will stay alive. Once again, Damara being the MVP of the previous rounds. 3k for him, and Dimensional Drift being invested.
C-split right now. Kind of want to go in for the chase. Hunter's Fury being invested to try and catch someone on the back of the Dimensional Drift. Will he be able to know? Just a tag out there. Totty in the hand marker. Will he miss that one? But the rifle is good enough. Will be able to do the damage control as 15 HP now left onto Damara. 70 on lightning fast. Machiavelli. TP ready. He sits in an off angle to try and catch one as RBK is the first one to fall. He himself was on there. Now the advantage in the favor of ELT. And they're catching something more. Damara runs in with a neon. Go, go, go. Russ answers back. Hooks. He was the healthy guy. The rest two, not so much as Machiavelli. Good for one, but not anything after that. 15 HP on DC. Dodges down the shock dart, but it's everyone spraying through the smoke. You asked the question and it's been answered. VLT will push to double digits, and pretty sure that in the next one they will reach 11.
They will, of course. Because it's a scrappy buy for the players of Orangutan. OG, they don't have economy enough to go for a full buy. VLT finally a good comeback coming in from their side. They've got the momentum. And a full buy. And a hero rifle towards the side of OG. And few shells, that's all. This time.
A lot of
going.
shells.
Because they don't have the creds.
Slowly push. Trying good for one, but only one. Now that one rifle which they had is also lost. RVK. While he slowly creeps up. I don't think so. Madeline absolutely does not. By the time he turns around, he only sees his death. Put it right in the middle of the skull. They've still picked up a couple of rifles though. Maybe doable if they're awarded individuals. Russ constantly going for the jiggle peak. Sees the first one. Bombs will be there. Call for OG to rotate over towards the C side. SK Rossi. I like what he's doing. Taking the space in C main. But oh my god. Hold on. Hooks. Hello there. Sees a couple of players. Now decides quickly to move back. And SK Rossi just gives up that space. That is brilliant from this man. He'll now activate once his team is ready to take the pick. There we go. Machiavelli can't do anything. Hold on a second. The man was concussed and still lands a headshot on a jumping Damara. Recon reveals info. Does not matter. He'll wall bang him out of there. Russ will shut him. And now Hoax has got an individual, but not for long, as SK Rossi comes out of the sea long. As I said, the moment his team gets activated in spawn, he will move forward. Lovely coordination from VLT.
Equalizer has been established by the players of VLT, and that is certainly putting a lot of pressure onto the players of OG, because the previous map of Lotus already went in the favor of VLT. And OG, they really need to do one win on the map of Haven. Seems like we are heading for a 2-0. The next round. Really important once again for both these teams. Both having a full buy. Kill contract and neural theft towards the side of Orangutan. I'm out of here. Aiming control has been established pretty easily by the players of OG at this point. Double stacked up side is where they're heading.
Focusing. No distractions.
Down. Oh my god, lightning fast. He's always been in these weird off angles. Can't really catch a break as Amarana moves forward. Madeline along with him in unison. They slowly and steadily pick apart OG one after the other as Hoax the IGL remains. How much more can this man do? How much can he survive? They're just trolling him at this point. Yeah, ready. Everything in unison. Madeline shuts down the Hunter counterpart.
Match point.
And VLT move to 12. Not just the map point, but rather the series point.
Just one more round is what VLT needs at this point. Just one single round. Rolling Thunder of Ras is also just 1 point away. If he gets one orb or one kill, Rolling Thunder will be there. But look at the stats of Damara scared ones. 30 in 18. He stopped fragging the entire server at this point.
Yeah, almost by double. Just a couple of
Exactly.
few picks away out there. Renka barely manages to escape his death though, but with the Guardian not for long as SK Rossi not one but obliterates 3 with the wall bang as well. Make it maybe 4 as he moves forward. No, it's lightning fast to answer and it's again down to Hoax. Comparatively easy task, but it's still a 1v3 with 47 HP. My man does not even have a rifle. Down to 7 through the wall. Gets 1, dodges the shock dart. But how much more can he do? Snaps onto 1, but not for 2 as the Soulman comes from the shadows to deny that win. No overtime for the Apes as it's VLT's time to run away. All 4 players playing from boot camp while Madeline from Australia enjoys his time out there. What a game from the side of VLT. By the way, for all the people out there again, Madeline is not actually from Australia. This is just the meme because his camera is upside down. I know not a lot of people know about this, but the ones who know, they're gonna enjoy that.
I'm sure no one is enjoying your jokes.
A lot of people
Trust
are,
me.
trust me.
I'm sure the chat will tell if they are really appreciating your jokes at this point.
Who's reading that either ways?
By the way, do you have an orange pen this time?
I've got a pencil. Why an orange pen? What's the reference for that?
You know it, which was one of your jokes when you were supporting the players of
Oh my
Orangutan
God.
because you had an orange pen in your hand. That's how crazy your jokes are. But
Holy
never mind.
smokes.
Never mind. But let's have a look at what really happened on the map of Haven. DLG versus OG. They both started on a very dominating note, especially OG. The way the entire first few rounds, back-to-back rounds, went in their favor. After that, Velocity, all they needed was just one single time.
It indeed was. Nice play from OG though. Good resilience that they showed throughout the series. They had a lead of 11 and 7. To be very honest, when the half ended at 6-6, I really thought that maybe OG are just going to take this one home. On the map of Haven, getting 6 rounds of defense. Really solid. Plus, controlling Damara when he just gets so snappy on these attacking rounds. Just because of how good the utility is from Russ and Madeline to set him up. Those were some problems I was wondering if OG could solve, and they did it really well. And then over towards the later stages as well, when it came down to those important rounds, going for the buys and everything, OG were doing a very solid job. But then again, this is why VLT is always so good. They know how to play behind each other's utility. They know how to play together. Those double peaks, those timings, everything was just on point.
Of course, it was not at all a shabby performance from the side of Orangutan that we need to complain about. It's just that the entire team, I won't say entire team of Velocity, but Damara was just way too ahead of the players of OG. Just look at his stats. He was doing so much. Every other round, this guy was getting 3Ks or 2Ks or 4Ks. And statistically also, 14 first kills for the players of Velocity, 10 first kills for the players of Orangutan. Not at all a shabby performance. Post plant is exactly same for both of them. 7 times they got the side, 5 times they were able to convert it. I think the only differentiating factor between Velocity and OG was Damara's performance. And of course, he's going to be the MVP. So let's have the graphic of Damara. 2 KDA, 359 ACS, 225 damage per round, 21.4% headshot percentage, and 7 first kills.
Just a domination from this man. And every single time we've been seeing the first kill leaderboard, Damara has always been on top with that. And a KD of 2, this is the big problem, right? You can just give this guy a Bucky and he'll still find a way to not just catch one, but rather 3. How many times has this happened now? I'll have to say, you know, VLT is a team that really knows how to convert their anti-eco rounds, regardless if they win the pistol or not. every single time. They just hand over the bucket to this guy and be like, you know what, Damara, go kill. It just reminds me of the same thing where in Avengers first movie, Captain America is giving role to everyone else, and then he turns to Hulk and he's like, Hulk, smash. That's exact thing that Russ says to his team. I think Madeline, go for the util. SK Rossi, you watch the backstab. Lightning fast, the smoke should be on point. Damara, smash. And he's doing that really well. 30 in 19 with 8 assists, 359 ACS. It is just unmatched in the entire lobby. Venka as well on the other side, he was trying. He basically did whatever he could, but it eventually came down to those multi-frags and trading potential where VLT always shines.
Well, if you look at the stats, Damara got 3 Ks 5 times in the map of Haven. 5 times he got 3 Ks. There was a 1 4K. And the only guy in the entire server who was close to achieving that was Hawks, because he got his own 3 3Ks and 1 4K. So yes, Hawks from the side of Orangutan was also really stepping up and getting those 3Ks, those 2Ks converted, even a 4K also. So yes, Hawks is also a great addition in the entire roster of Orangutan. It's just that the entire team also needs to provide a little bit of the backline support which Hawks needs and go for more set plays. But all in all, not at all a shabby performance from the side of Orangutan that we need to complain about.
Yeah, considering the fact that Hawks has constantly been telling his team is lacking the practice, I think so this is still very good. Almost taking a map away from VLT. Now there are some other teams as well who OG have been dominating against. I believe their first game was against Aura, and it was a 13-1 on this map itself. So of course there are many chances for OG in the future itself, but with more matches that they lose, it becomes more difficult for them to move in that top 4. I'm pretty sure that we'll be seeing the leaderboard soon too, where we will again see VLT maybe moving up ahead of every other team, Revenant XSpark as well. Both of these teams have dropped one map though. There's only one team who hasn't dropped a single map till now, and that is Reckoning Esports. I'm pretty sure their match is going to be tomorrow, so I'm really excited for that.
Oh, we all are. Yes, Reckoning's match is tomorrow, and that also with the plus of Orangutan. We also have SATUL going up against the plus of Global Esports Academy. So tomorrow's schedule is also going to be really interesting. But we'll talk more about tomorrow's schedule after this discussion, like you were having about the plus of OG, Hawks, and SK Rossi. But I think SK Rossi is getting shadowed by Damara, because Damara is stepping up so much that SK Rossi, who is also doing wonderful for the team, and so is Medlin, I think their performance is getting shadowed by the performance of Damara.
I can't even deny that, because or rather, you know what, I would not say that they're being outshadowed. It's more like there's not a lot left for them to do when Damara is constantly going in for the 2Ks, 3Ks. All they're supposed to do is just, you know what, alright, now peek, trade him, eventually the round is over. That's why they're constantly on the ahead. You see those paranoias, you see those late round utilities as well. Many a times, it's just a couple of utilities paired up with Damara's snappy attitude that they get the side, or they at least force the defense to play for a full retake. And most of the times, we have seen almost every other team stop there. What VLT does is that they push forward. They try to take more space away from their opponents. Now, the opponents would have to burn a lot more utility to try and take that space away, right? And that's when they eventually move back. But for now, we're going to move to a very short interview.
For the game, बढ़िया खेला टीम ने. But मेरा एक थोड़ा सा ना लंबा सवाल है. डमारा डिफेंस पे लोटस बहुत अच्छा खेला, बहुत कंसिस्टेंट लग रही थी टीम. बट फिर एकदम से डमारा को शट किया. सडनली कमबैक हो रहा है शायद ओजी का. हेवन पे भी सेम चीज हो रही है. डमारा ऐसे राउंड्स निकाल के बना के दे रहा है. ऐसा नहीं लग रहा कि वेलोसिटी बहुत ज्यादा डमारा के अराउंड रिवॉल्व कर रही है?
I mean, सबकी अपनी अपनी स्ट्रैटेजी होती है, और डमारा इज अ डुएलिस्ट, राइट? So you have to enable your duelist anyway. And regarding
that's true,
us getting shut down and all, ऐसा कुछ भी नहीं था. We lost all 4 pistols if you see. उसके हिसाब से अगर स्कोर लाइन देखो तो थोड़ा वैसा भी माना जाएगा. और रही बात लेट्स से लोटस के सेकंड हाफ की, आफ्टर लूजिंग द पिस्टल्स एंड एवरीथिंग, बहुत क्लोज जा रहे थे राउंड्स, एंड इट वाज लाइक अ मोमेंटरी एक चीज थी जो जहां पे दे वर बेटर ऑन इन दैट राउंड, यू नो, समहाउ. And kudos to them, they managed to string together 4-5 rounds, okay, and that is well done by them. But we had the confidence कि हम अपना close out कर लेंगे. It's only a matter of a few rounds because हमें दिख रहा था कि गलतियां नहीं हो रही हैं. It's just it's down to the last few moments हमेशा, है ना? तो उसका चलता. और फिर रही बात हेवन की. हेवन का क्या था कि वी अगेन एक कॉम्प जिसको हम फेस कर रहे थे उसमें वो लोग फ्लड बहुत कर रहे थे तो थोड़ा हमें एक बार के लिए एडजस्ट करने में दिक्कत हुई. बाकी वी हैंडल्ड इट उसके बाद.
ऑलराइट, मतलब यू आर कंफर्टेबल विद दिस वे ऑफ वैलोरेंट जहाँ पर मतलब इनिशियल जो आप लोग फेज दिखा रहे हो, इनिशियल जो आप गेम खेल रहे हो उसमें डमारा को एनेबल करना, दैट इज द गेम प्लान दैट यू आर वर्किंग विद राइट नाउ.
हाँ, we are comfortable but we are only going to get better. That's for sure.
Or no, that's for sure. All right, Phoenix, any questions?
Right off the bat, first of all, congratulations, Godspeed for the victory. मैं ये पूछना चाहता हूँ कि just like अभी हम देख रहे हैं कई सारी टीमें, they are bringing the double duelist, more aggression to the team, especially attack के ऊपर. दोनों ही मैच के ऊपर दोनों टीमों ने डिफेंस में बहुत अच्छा खेला है, लेकिन वो अटैकिंग स्ट्रक्चर और कॉम्पोजिशन के अंदर क्या फ्यूचर में वेलोसिटी भी कुछ ऐसा करेगी, लाइक बहुत अग्रेसिव कॉम्प लेके आ रही है, या फिर अभी जो चल रहा है मेटा के अकॉर्डिंग वही खेलना चाह रही है?
क्या ही इस बारे में क्या ही बात कर सकते हैं. मेटा चेंजेस होंगे और आगे जाके वेले आएगा. once वेले comes, if people want to play वेले, you have to play sort of in a double duelist role and रही बात हमारी, the beautiful part is we can play any number of duelists. हमारे टीम में duelists भर्ती पड़े हैं. तो
वो छुपा सवाल वही था एक्चुअली कि क्या रॉसी वो जेट पे वापस आ रहे हैं. बट चलिए ठीक है, वे वेले पे वापस आ जाए. हमें तो डुएलिस्ट अगर रॉसी दिख जाते हैं उस पे तो वेल एंड गुड है. चलिए, थैंक यू सो मच गॉडस्पीड, अच्छा लगा आपसे बात करके. विल सी यू बैक वंस वी हैव अनदर वेलोसिटी गेम. कांग्रेचुलेशंस.
थैंक यू.
Well, clearly shows you the confidence the coach has in his players, and eventually they're standing up to that confidence too. But I like that hidden question, Shadow. Are we going to see probably Rossi back on the duelist, maybe Lightning Fast back on the duelist? It kind of always surprises me and excites me specifically. So I'm kind of waiting for that. Fingers crossed.
Well, Rossi as a Jet was once upon a time everyone's favorite, so maybe we can see him back on a duelist. But I disagree with what Fritz said, because it's not only Damara on whom the team is entirely relying. Because if you notice the first kills of Lotus, after Damara, SK Rossi was also having too many first kills. In fact, 5 first kills.
Yeah, but right now, since we're talking about first kills, right, we're seeing the photo of Aziz, the man who's always on top in terms of those first kills. Closely chased by Damara though, who's on 32, just 3 behind him. And that is when Global Esports have not played as many games as the rest of the players here. So it's absolutely fine. In terms of KDA, Monair, yet again, the sentinel player of Reckoning Esports being on top, followed by Russ, then BGG 2.2 again from Reckoning. I really like how Reckoning as well have always creeped up. Headshot percentage, it's going to be Robo, then Simple, then Lightning Fast. So I like this as well. Robo, Simple from Aura and Asterisk, 2 teams that are really struggling. They still have a couple of players who are very crispy on that aim. Now, this is really good signal for both of these teams, because knowing that you guys are able to land in those headshots means that's basically some freebies for you, which eventually can translate or rather lead you into some good rounds, some good snowball effects as well. I'm again hopeful for both of these teams to slowly and steadily creep up. Really want to see some good Valorant from these underdog teams as well, young guns out there. But since we're talking on that topic itself, right, you know, we now have to focus down on the overall standings, because the disparity is increasing slowly and steadily. Velocity, they won all the 3 games, just lost 1 map, 32 with a round difference. Revenant Esports falling in the exact same foot. 1 map loss, but still 4, rather 6 being won, so map difference of 5 at 26 round difference.
And Reckoning on the 3rd with 26 total round difference points. They lost 2 maps, but no overall loss, no. Up until now, Global Esports, they won 1 match, they lost 1 match, sitting on the 4th, but OG, SA12, Aura, Asterisk, they really need to step up, especially Asterisk. They have played 3 games and lost all 3. So Asterisk, they really need to figure out what's really happening wrong, because their matches, upcoming matches, are also not the easy ones at all.
I agree. It's not at all easy for them for their next few matches. After all, they face 2 of the toughest opponents, right? And yeah, it just feels bad for them at the same time, because this team is just lacking confidence. But if you really think about it, they've got Paradox as the coach for them, who also made it pretty clear that he's not really changing a lot of things, but
he's just trying to guide them. And since we're on the topic itself, or I'm gonna have a break tomorrow. Let's have a look at tomorrow's schedule itself. SATUL up against Global Esports, Reckoning up against OG. Now this is going to be a pretty interesting matchup. Even SATUL has shown some good signs, some good life there. The only team to steal a map away from VLT, and that too in a phenomenal fashion. It was all down to just a 13-2. Could have been a 13-0 if not for just a couple of clutch rounds from VLT. I mean, you may never know. So that matchup is also going to be good. Global Esports Academy after that break is now going to jump back in for their own games, slowly trying to creep up in the ladder. Now, Shadow, before we go ahead and close out the show, any last few words?
I just want to know your predictions for tomorrow.
I'm not saying that.
You have to. I'm also giving my predictions. This is a ritual we have to do before the show ends.
SATUL 2-1, Reckoning 2-1.
I kind of agree with you. Yes, SATUL is going to win, and Reckoning maybe 2-0.
Interesting. You know, it would depend on the map Veto itself. Maybe if it's Haven, we might see Orangutan slowly creep up. But ladies and gentlemen, that's about it for today's evening. Thank you so much for tuning in. There were some two amazing matches, VLT, and then again, it was against OG, VLT winning that out. It was me, Scared Yet, on the casting desk. Alongside me, it was Shadow and also Aladdin, who will be saying bye, who's already said bye to us. We'll be catching you guys tomorrow. Make sure to tune into the stream. Good night.
I'm a Jew to respect. Standing tall through the test. I wanna be a hero, 自分を信じろ。誰かのために心をたぎらせろ。